recording. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. That's sounding actually pretty good. It sounds way more sizzly in my headphones. Yeah, they do lose out on the bass a little. Huh? Just realized now. Hey, Joel.
What's up? Are we live?
Yes, we're live now.
What's up, millions of subscribers?
Future subscribers, maybe.
Yeah.
Message a couple people. Who else? Harry. Boom. Yeah, definitely the headphones that I'm using sound more like less bass and more sizzly kind of thing. So yeah. By the way, I can do this now. So if I change stuff on stream like this, it'll show like there. So it's not even stream anymore. And then if there's like audio that I want to share, I can share that, and then the visual will be here as well.
Okay. Cool.
So if I stream probably like that, you'll get my PC audio. But then you might hear yourself. I don't know if you'll hear yourself. Do you hear yourself if I do that?
No. Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. So I'd have to... But that's the thing, I don't even need to stream the audio that much anymore. Like I just stream the tab or something that I want to show, but I'm going to play the piano through the mic live. I don't need to share the Reaper or anything anymore.
Okay.
That's kind of a nice bonus as well. Oh, I forgot to open the Excel chat. Yes. Chat. Ah. Boom. So welcome to the first stream with the new setup. I got an AT2020, a AKR AT2020 mic or something. Or is that the AKR headphones? AKG? The K240 studio headphones. So that's nice because it lets through the audio. Wave XLR audio interface, AT2020 mic with an arm. And then some other good news is my piano now. The cam is actually attached to the piano.
Nice.
So if it doesn't unplug, then you can see all the keys, and even if I move the piano, the thing stays lined up.
Nice. Legit. If that's legit.
Yeah, like that is so sick how it just stays stuck to it. It's like,
Real.
it's pretty awesome that I can move the piano and it's all still good, which is
For sure.
sick. So that's been the upgrades since the last stream, and I can put it away. I ended up putting myself on the left because this is me looking at stuff we're watching. This is me looking at the chat. And then this is me reaching to the piano which is exactly where it looks like the piano keys are as well. So that makes things like just... makes it just more natural. And the camera just follow me when I go to the piano, which is kind of cool too, maybe.
Yeah.
So that's what's new. Joel, how have you been? What have you been up to?
Okay. I'm just writing some music.
Nice.
Writing music
nice.
is what I do in my free time.
Neat.
Yeah, sometimes it's you can lose hours, you know, when you really get into it.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at the clock and it's like suddenly hours later and it's like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Creative process, you know. For
sure. Boom. Aries here. Nice. Joel, you better be lurking. If you're on the call, you have to lurk. That's the rules. Cool. Also, apparently from the other stream, I forget when that stream was, but Hansi has used his Twitch Prime to sub. So Twitch Prime is available. So if you're not using it, then use it. Or you lose it. I'm just kidding.
You're gonna lose it.
That's right. All right, so today we're chilling, but we're also talking about some pretty important topics. Is that chat really that small? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Why does it just looks... No, it does. It actually is that small. Huh. Okay. Okay. I thought the chat was a little... Maybe I will make it a little bigger. But today we're going to watch some vids, and I'm going to talk about education and the music education and how AI might be involved, like what's going on with that. So Adam Neely has some great music content. So this video is from 3 days ago talking about teach AI music at music. So AI music is apparently being taught at music schools. And he went to Berkeley, and maybe in Berkeley, who knows? Something's going on with that. And then the other video is, how old is this video? 3 months ago. So, okay, so if we're going by timeline, we probably want to watch the video from 3 months ago first, which was a pretty big vid. 1 mil views now. Wild. That's pretty wild. Nice. Awesome. Good for him, because that's bringing attention to this topic. It's a pretty important topic. And then, can I pass an AP Music Theory exam? Was from 4 years ago. Should we do that one first? Something a little more fun to warm up?
Yeah, I'm down with whatever. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's warm up on some theories. So let's test how credible we really are. Do you actually know what you're talking about? Let's find out now.
How credible, how incredible.
How much did us paying the big bucks for college actually pay off? Did the big bucks count? Does it matter?
Yeah.
Let me know if you can hear this in the stream.
Okay.
You heard that?
Ari, can you hear that? I'm not tuned into the audio on the stream.
Well, the Discord stream. I'm streaming there.
No, I didn't hear anything.
I'm going to play it again. No?
Barely.
Oh, it's just quiet. It's on
Yeah.
full. You don't hear it. Oh, you don't hear it because I have it off. Okay, I'll play it now. On
Decade
stream,
and a
you
half
should
of
hear this.
experience. I have toured
Man, I'll even listen to the mix.
around the world.
Yeah, it should be playing. But I don't know why Discord's not letting it throw. Application?
I have a master's degree in jazz
This is mainly for you, Joel, so you can get it live.
composition. So
Is it working for you?
I don't hear anything.
That's weird. Oh, I'll put on, I mean,
last year, 16,000 students took the AP Music Theory exam.
you don't hear that.
I don't hear that, no.
That is so bizarre. Share stream audio is on. Okay, I'll be right back from the call. I'll try to... I mean, unless I share the whole screen, but I don't want to... But then you'll hear yourself.
Right.
I mean, unless you're willing to like mute and unmute the stream while we watch versus talk, but...
Exam, and today we are taking a practice version of that. Now, I'm a professional musician. I have a decade and a half of experience.
Wait, go ahead and play it.
I have toured around the world. I have a master's degree in jazz composition, so it would be pretty embarrassing if I screwed up any of these
Yeah, I
questions.
can hear them during the yeah.
Okay, because it's not about the stream. You want to hear it in the Discord stream, not the live stream.
Well, I can't hear it in the Discord stream.
Okay.
But I can just unmute it on the actual stream. So.
No, I'll just share entire screen then. But you'll hear yourself echo when you talk.
Last year, 16,000 students took the
How's that?
Oh, let's try it.
AP Music Theory exam, and today we are taking a practice version of that. Now,
Was that good?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do it like that. So this is minimize disk. Yeah, Adam Neely. Definitely check out his videos. Has some really good content. Talks about all kinds of stuff.
Wait, was I even tuned into your stream in Discord? Try it again the way you thought would work.
Can you make
Change
sure
stream. Now I'm watching the stream.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the Discord stream, not the live stream.
I'm a professional musician. I have a decade and a half of it.
Does that work?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay.
My
Okay.
fault, yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. No worries. We got it. And now we're good for the entire rest of the 20 hours we're going to be going. Woo!
20 hours, bro. Hey, Hansi, what's up?
Hey. Hansi here? Oh, he's in there.
Yeah, Hansi's right there. Good morning. I'm assuming it's morning for you.
Nice. Hansi, good morning, Hansi. Welcome. My mod is here. What do you think of the new audio? I've been playing around with the EQ a little bit as well. Nice. Welcome. Pretty good. Nice. So yeah, we're going to be talking about, let me actually put on this light. There we go. Oh, and it moved to the light. It's trying to follow me everywhere I go. Buzzed in general, very good quality. I feel the low end is a bit much. Is the low end a bit much? Okay. That might be because these headphones are a little biased towards the high end. What if I do something like that? Like this? Is this better?
It sounds quite good to me.
Yeah, Hansi, let me know what you think. That sounds a little more like my normal. That sounds better. Yeah, that's way better. Okay, sick. Perfect. That's why I need people watching. Otherwise, I'd have no clue. I mean, I can monitor it, but I just don't know what you guys think is better. Okay. So we're gonna watch. Can I pass an AP music theory exam by Adam Neely? Adam Neely's video talking about that, and then later we're gonna go and watch 2 other videos. Which I might as well open them up. Suno, AI music, and the bad future, which is more topic about AI music, which is fucking hour and a half long, but we'll go over it. And then they teach AI music at music schools now, which is the most recent video, him talking about this stuff. Watched like 2 years ago, I feel. Well, I'm sure that you don't remember the answers from 2 years ago. So this will be a great test for all of us. They do teach AI music. We had a uni course. That is crazy. What did they teach you? What was that about? Like, they teach you how to use it? Or like what? They're like, yep,
Yeah.
throw everything away. We now just do prompts.
Yeah.
Art is about writing down a prompt now. Make art. Thanks. Love,
exactly.
human being.
Make the greatest piece of music ever. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right, let's jump into the exam. All right.
Experience. Last year, 16,000 students took the AP Music Theory exam, and today we are taking a practice version of that. Now, I'm a professional musician. I have a decade and a half of experience. I have toured around the world. I have a master's degree in jazz composition, so it would be pretty embarrassing if I screwed up any of these questions. Let's hope I don't. Now you're rooting for me to fail. Let's go.
The melody you will hear uses all 4 of the measures provided below and contains no rests.
So it looks here like we're in the key of E. We're in 6/8. We start on the tonic E. So whatever the first note that we hear is will be E. I don't have perfect pitch, but we can suss out the relationships of the notes based on how they work within the key, which is relative pitch, which is something that can be trained.
Right. You know, funny you say that because I do think perfect pitch can be trained too, and I've actually worked with people, and so I do have some opinions on that. We were looking at different generative music AIs and looked at what they are good at in a sense, and talked a lot about the philosophical and educational side. It was a good course. Okay, well that's good. That's good to hear. Mine has improved over time. Yeah, exactly. Which can be taught. I don't know. I would say, I don't know if he's insinuating that only relative pitch is learnable. But
do we
yeah.
actually have documented evidence that somebody has achieved perfect pitch in adulthood from not having it?
Yeah.
Through trade. There's actually documented evidence.
Oh, are you asking me, or are you saying there is?
Well, I'm asking you, like, is there actually evidence that as an adult you can go from not having perfect to having perfect pitch through training?
I don't know about like super like I don't have something offhand that I can like point to being like, here's an article that proves 100% factually that someone had zero innateness for it and then they got it. I don't think I have that, but I do. I mean, it's common sense. You are memorizing what a frequency sounds like, and then you are naming the memorized frequency. So then it should just, that's it. That's what perfect pitch is. You just can memorize a pitch, and then you can memorize it to a point where you could hum it and recreate it. That's all it is. And then if you can do that, then you just keep leveling up the proficiency of that particular skill, and that's it. I think it's not
like the people with the really like the actual real perfect pitch, like Rick Gatto's son. It seems like they do that in a very sort of bottlenecked way, like when they're young. So when their brain is still very plastic, if it seems like that's when that's going on for people like him, you know, when they're 1, 2, 3 years old.
Yeah.
Because your plasticity goes way down as you get older. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I don't know, it seems sus to me that somebody could go from having just good pitch to having like Rick Beato's son pitch through training at like 20 years old or 30 years old, you know?
Yeah, I
Have you seen what
can't.
his son can do?
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah.
So it goes beyond like memorizing. It's like, it's as if you're holding up a color to his eyeballs and he says green, red, blue. So he's not memorizing. It's just like, it's that present in his brain.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again? That last part.
From where? Oh, so like what this kid's brain is doing, he's not really memorizing things. It's more like if you held up colors to his eyes and said, "What's this color?" He's seeing, he's experiencing it like it's that, you know.
Yeah.
So he's not doing work, you know. He's not thinking about it. And that's what I'm wondering, if when you're 30 years old, can you go from having really good pitch to having that kind of perfect pitch through training? That's the thing that I would like to see some science, you know.
Yeah. That's a good question, because it's like there are.
This seems categorically different to me. It seems like an actual category difference to me. I could be wrong, but
I guess it's like if you're learning languages later in your life, you know, when you're learning a language like spoken language, you might get used to like how words are pronounced and stuff. It's like native speaker versus a non-native speaker trying to get to the level of a native speaker. I think that you might have some advantages of just maybe you're so like you grow up saying these sounds or pronouncing things a certain way, then you like over time you just kind of are so used to that, and so like it's so ingrained in a different way from something that is maybe absorbed. But I don't know. I think with enough practice and love for it, you could get really close. You can make up a lot of that difference pretty easily. I think not easily, but yeah.
Of course, brains are different. So what might look really good in this person's brain, you know, somebody over here might make less progress or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch this video really quick.
Oh, sure.
In fact, this one is not even the most impressive one. This is maybe 10 years ago. Yeah.
Did you send it to me, or you're talking about the one here?
It's on your screen there.
Oh, this one.
Video. Yeah.
The second video, yeah.
For those of you that have asked me if I'm ever going to do another video with my son Dylan.
Is it over here? It's here. Okay.
All right, Dylan.
And sorry, let me catch up with Chet just a tiny bit. You can memorize timbre of a note of an instrument, sure, but then you still have to establish relative pitch. So you need relative pitch even if you have perfect pitch. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Is there a reason you would say that can't be done? Let's say you only worked on training it. There are more ways to do a thing though. Natural, whatever it could be. Yeah, I'm of the school that if you have something out there that you can do, that the only reason you wouldn't be able to do it if you didn't have innate skill is that there is some kind of improvement and progress that can be made up through teaching methods, and like the teaching industry is just not there yet. And so usually people who are talented are going to be, let me turn off the gestures by the way. If you, so somebody who is like talented is always going to be ahead of the curve because they're going to be able to do things that we didn't even think possible. And then teaching industry then goes, how do we reverse engineer that thing that they were able to do? And then if we understand it better, then we'll be able to teach it better, and we'll be able to teach the mechanisms of that that might recreate what that person is able to do innately. I think there are more. Yeah, I think there are more ways to do a thing though. He is natural, but I believe he could be trained too. Yeah, but I will never learn perfect pitch. Probably will. Honestly, I do teach it, so maybe we could do a stream at some point where I could demonstrate how I'd work on that with you, Hansi. It's honestly not that bad. It really isn't. I've taught people who have no pitch at all, and it is incredible how quickly you can pick this up. Like, some people slower, some people faster, but it's really, I think it's just mystical stuff. Yeah. Okay, let's hear this. What this kid does.
A long time since we did this. Sing A flat.
A flat.
What's this note?
D. B flat. C.
C, B, G.
Okay, sing from the bottom up this.
B, D, A, C, F, sharp, G.
Good. How about from the top down? This is a tricky one here.
E, C, A, F, C sharp, A sharp, F sharp, D.
What's the name of this chord, Dylan?
E and 9 over B flat major.
Okay, what about this chord? Sing from the bottom up.
C, F, G, D flat, E flat, A flat, D.
What's the name of this?
Yeah, I'm definitely not at this level. Not a lot of people probably are, but I can definitely suss out the notes that might not be crammed in the middle range. I think as you get further from the middle of a chord, it is easier to catch the outer stuff. So the outer stuff, I can hear the scale of like the upper 3 notes and stuff. Yeah, but it gets
Chord, Dylan.
yeah, but it's pretty wild.
C, diminished major 7 over D minor.
Sing D minor.
D, F, A.
Sing from the bottom up. Let's say, how about this?
G sharp, D sharp, B, F, B flat, G.
Very good. I'm gonna play a double polychord, Dylan. What's this?
A flat major over G Lydian over F sharp major over.
So, okay, let's go over one, right? Let's just go over one. Because people listening, watching this video are probably just like, he says so, I believe him, that's awesome. But then, like, what is actually happening, right? I think he does have a video where he actually goes over exactly. There is one video that Rick Beato did where he goes like step by step through everything and how would you be able to do something like this. So it's not just like he said, she said thing.
A flat major over G Lydian over.
Yeah, so
A flat major over G Lydian over F.
So A flat major. So A flat major would be A flat C E flat, which is, I think he played it down here. No, it was up here in middle.
I'm gonna play a double polychord, Dylan. What's this?
A flat major over G Lydian over.
Wasn't there a G flat in there? Maybe not. A flat. A flat major.
The top is where you played.
And then the top was over what?
F sharp major over F minor.
With the Lydian. What was the Lydian?
A flat major over G Lydian over F.
Over G Lydian. So, okay, so that was what I was hearing at the bottom. G, right? So G Lydian would be like... something like this, maybe? And then A major. So you have this Lydian scale. And then you have an A major scale. And then
major
over the A. So the A was over the F sharp major Lydian or the G Lydian? Yeah.
A flat major over G Lydian over F sharp major.
A flat major over G Lydian. Probably like that, basically. Which is technically G Lydian. Doesn't that like overlap really well? Hold on. What?
What's this?
A flat? Oh, A flat. Not A.
A flat major over G Lydian over F.
Yeah, okay, so it's this sound. Kind of thing. And
F sharp
then
major over
F sharp major over
F minor.
F minor. So that's where all the dissonance is coming from. The reason it's like so dissonant is because you have this F versus F sharp, right? So you have F sharp major versus F. So you have this against this. So you're gonna get a bunch of these F minor, sorry. Still a lot of clashing.
Sing G Lydian.
D, C sharp, D.
Very good, Don. What's your
Okay, so that's D, G, D sharp. What did you say? G Lydian? I'm sorry, I can't. When I'm turning on my ear for.
G Lydian?
D, C sharp, D.
Yeah, G, C sharp, D. So that's G Lydian. So that's this scale and sound. And so the biggest thing that makes it stand out from a G major is the C sharp, which the keyboard says D flat, but it's just a respelling of the same pitch. So that's why he said that. That's why he said those three notes, because that's the most identifiable part that makes it different from the diatonic, like normal.
Flat A.
How about this?
We can do these together. That could be fun.
What notes are these?
B flat A, which he said already.
Flat A.
How about this?
Is it F, C sharp?
F, C sharp.
So Dylan, tell people how much you use your perfect pitch.
Barely.
Do you even ever think of it when you're listening to songs?
No.
The only time you use it is when?
When you tell me to.
If I ask Dylan what a chord is or something, he'll tell me that. But other than that, it doesn't even occur to you, correct?
Right, so you need the perfect pitch to identify, like, if you have this chord, major chord, but which note is it starting from is the perfect pitch part. These intervals are the relative pitch part. So the only way you'd be able to solve someone playing something like this, you know, is to listen to all the intervals between the notes.
And there's certainly a no, what's the word? Like, there's a degree to which you can have this. I mean, people like Dylan, his dad has been training him for a long time. I think most people with PP are like, they're good, but they don't do all of that, you know, like double polychords and stuff, and like which note am I not playing out of a double, you know. So there's a degree to which you can be skilled at that. PP.
Yeah, I mean, literally, the perfect pitch is this. What note is that? And relative pitch is, what interval is this? That's the difference. Yeah. Relative is I have a her note and I can tell where the other note is relative to it, relative to each other.
Yeah.
And then, and then perfect pitch is what is the note with no context. But if you heard this, and then I went to this, you could be like, oh, I know that's a seventh apart. So now once you have that first note, you can find the rest of the notes relatively. So like the perfect pitch is not actually that useful aside from just, So even composers, like you really don't need the perfect pitch that bad. And today we have tech. It's just like the level of calculator. You could just use a tech to just tell you what pitch you have, and then just start writing from there. And like the perfect pitch has actually become like on the level of like having the ability to write in cursive. You don't actually really need it that bad.
You don't need perfect pitch to write music, for sure.
No, absolutely not. Perfect pitch is like this % of writing in music, and the rest, it's like the extra 5-10% more of like your ear, like when it comes to just hearing things. Sure, but yeah.
Well, I think I mean, like writing music is about organizing and being able to see, you know, F sharp as if it were a color is not like an organizational thing. It's not really important to be able to do that, you know. It's how you arrange notes that matters.
Yep. The choir, if the choir syncs, like is it like perfect pitch for being able to hold so that you don't sync? I mean, perfect pitch is actually okay. So technically, if you're thinking about like just being able to tell hertz apart and be able to nail like this is the hertz frequency, like that, you know, the perfect pitch will help a lot.
For sure.
All right, let's do the theory stuff. That would be. I know. I keep referring to Jacob. So Jacob Collier can, pretty sure, probably hit all those notes on a frequency base. Like, be like, a quarter higher than the tempered tuning of that note. He could probably give you that and stuff. He has that game which he plays like a step, da 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 da. Da, 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 like moving in like smaller and smaller increments through a half step, which would be like, something like this. So, yeah. Brothers
I don't
Martin.
agree with that, Hansi.
Joel has his opinions about that.
That's so annoying.
Okay, let's do theory stuff. So we're listening to an example and writing it down, right? Is that? Now I will say hashtag pre-watched, because I did watch this one example and then I went and stopped watching and was like, okay, I'm gonna do this thing and let me pull this up. So everyone knows that I'm doing this all fair and square. This should be fun. So we were in an E major. So it was in 6/8, was it? Yeah, 6/8. So we're going to listen to that example, and then, yeah.
Those look like pluses.
They are, because it's quicker to write like that. So it's not right. It's not accurate on that sense. They are not double sharps. That's just how I notate, just for quickness' sake.
One, 2, 3. Okay, didn't get all of that, but I got most of it. Okay, so the dotted rhythm right there. Okay, then it went down to here.
Should be good.
Da, 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 da.
Oh, there was another measure that I skipped. Right. Because we paused and then replayed. So it would be one more measure here somewhere. Let's see. It's going to be heard one more
The
time.
melody for question 1 will now be played a second time.
Okay. So it looks like we got the melody.
Yep,
Let's just double
same.
check to make sure that's correct, but I think that's right, yeah. We got it, 9 points, baby. Yeah, so this is definitely a skill that can be learned. This is not perfect pitch. This is just having a good relative pitch, like knowing where the key center is and then hearing notes in relationship to the key center and then being able to transcribe those rhythms. It's an important skill to have if you're any kind of musician. It's tricky, but it's something doable for sure.
Question 2.
Question 2. So it looks like we're in the key of D minor.
So let me, just for the sake, I am going to write over stuff. Should be fun. 4/4. And we have a D as a start note.
Because this is a D in the bass clef. That's going to be our tonal center. And we're going to listen to everything and relate it back to that D. Crap. Missed some stuff in here. Da, da. Started like da, da, da.
Oh, so we're in D minor. We need sharps.
Da.
The melody for question 2 will now be
Let's go
played
again.
a second time.
Chill out, man. I'm still working. Okay, well, we can...
Oh, he's gonna pause.
We got it. All right, so minor key melodies are a little bit trickier because sometimes that 7th degree is raised by a step. There's some chromatic notes in this
So
one,
G
like this
sharp here,
G sharp right here. That G sharp is the leading tone of the relative dominant key, so G sharp is
So I
the
think it goes
natural
up
7.
again. Da-dum. Yeah, it goes up. Trying to handwrite this sucks. I mean, if I use a notation software, it'd be much better.
That's your next upgrade for the stream.
I mean, I do have it. I could open it if I really wanted to. Something like that. There was a scale here. Dotted. So it's supposed to be 8 notes. Oh yeah, I'm literally half timing it. So it would have been, if it's, oh yeah, it would be 4 measures, and I'm just gonna have 8 measures instead. So this would all have been quarters. It would have been like this. Da, 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 da. So then you'd have to have like everything double timed or half timed. Maybe play it.
Crap. Missed some stuff in here. Da, da. Started like da, da, da.
It's been so long since I've done this.
Da, da.
The melody for question 2 will now be played a second time.
Chill out, man. I'm still working. Okay, well, we can... We got it. All right, so minor key melodies are a little bit trickier because sometimes that 7th degree is raised by a step. There's some chromatic notes in this one, like this G sharp right here. That G sharp is the leading tone of the relative dominant keys.
Yeah, and then this would have been double timed here. Yep. Boom, like that. That looks pretty good. Without the dot here, of course. Yeah, it was straight 8 notes. Nice, nice. And it says here it would be played 4 times total. So he's doing it like 2 tries. So if you were to take this test, you'd have 4 tries.
So G sharp is the natural 7
We're just
in the key of
plenty of
A.
time.
So melodically,
Honestly.
it's a
Not too
pretty... Your ear is really drawn to that. At least my ear is. Let's see if we got it right. So Sibelius added this natural sign as a cautionary accidental, but it looks like we got it
You don't
right.
need that,
Hooray!
technically.
9 more points. All right. This is good. This is good stuff. Now we're speed running this. Normally you would get 4 listens to get this right, but we're doing it. We're doing it the fast version. We're doing it the YouTube version. All right. So question 3 is where things might get trickier for me because AP music theory is very much steeped in the harmonic style of 18th century Europe. And because of that, there is a particular system of naming chords that is very archaic. I definitely...
That's right. Not alone in this.
do not use in my day-to-day life as a musician. It's of course the system of figured bass, which is a style that went obsolete many hundreds of years ago, but for some reason still is being used by AP music theory.
So someone recommended to me Adam Neely because they were like, oh yeah, like what you're talking about with like their frustrations with Roman numeral analysis is like, you know, there's someone who like talks about that. And I don't remember if it was you, Joel, or someone else.
I'm not sure.
But yeah.
Hansi,
Maybe. But someone recommended me Adam Neely's content. Because I was talking about how like I've been kind of working out my own way of analyzing music. That still describes what you're hearing, and maybe even better is more accurate to like, I don't know, being more useful. I feel like the Roman numeral analysis is not as useful as an analysis I feel like should be, or what could be for me. Yeah, all my homies hate figured bass. It's not. It's on site. Yeah, Reed. Welcome, Reed.
Being able to hear what the notes are, though, is a little bit more in my wheelhouse. We're supposed to hear the soprano voice and the bass voice and right.
Note only the soprano and bass voice. Do not note the alto and tenor. So what they're talking about here is you have 4 different notes, and the top and bottom notes are the only ones you're actually going to write, which is the bottom and the... Wait, that's super easy. What? The inner voice is the hard part.
Write them down, which gives the general arc of the harmonic progression. Okay, it looks like we're in the key of B flat.
Be super easy.
We start on a tonic 1 chord.
I mean, I'm bad at
bass
hearing
and
the
in the
bass
soprano
in
voice.
general,
So let's listen to this bad boy.
Okay, so then we have to notate this. So this is literally just this is AP music theory. This is not theory. This is ear training. This has literally all been basically ear training. At least that's what we would do, is literally these dictations in ear training class. We would never do this in a music theory class in Juilliard. 2-4. I don't know, Joel, how about you? You're not there. That's okay. I'm gonna write these down. And the reason the stems are up and down is because the upper voice would, so like you would have like a voice here, let's say, and a voice here. Did I get that right? Ugh, literally don't even have to think to fill these in. I remember having to do these. Probably a D here or something. So yeah, it'd be like, those are the inner voices. So you have the stems pointing kind of outward from the inner, oh, you can't see, inner and outer voices. So anyway, we're just going to have the bottom and top only. So this would be B flat and B flat. We're actually starting at an octave.
Now listen to the progression for the first time and begin working.
Okay, got that bass line. Now I got to remember what the figured bass for that is. That's 1. That's a 5. It's like an F over C is the name of the chord.
E,
that's a 1-6. It's a B flat over D. That was an E flat. What was that? That was a 5.
The progression for question 3 will now be played a second time.
Hell yeah. Just need to label these bad boys. That is a 2-6 or a
So
C
I'm gonna
minor.
pause that and okay. So now we have to write the harmonies. Joel, you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome.
Sorry, my mic was off for a second.
Oh
I
shit.
didn't realize.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about like your training theory.
Oh, I've never done any ear training, so like I've never done any kind of figured bass stuff like this before.
Mm-hmm. Do they want the figured bass as well?
I'm not qualified to answer, I guess.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask if you experience having to do these kind of dictations in a music theory lesson. Because
Have I ever done them before?
have you done dictations like that? Sure. Have you done dictations like that before? You've never done them before. Okay. Then never mind. Because like what I was talking about was basically at Juilliard, we would never do music dictations like this in theory class. We would only do them in ear training class. Because this is like you're training your ear to catch what's happening. Whereas in theory, you're just writing and analyzing, which I guess is this part.
Conceptual, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess this is this is an AP theory, music theory exam, but it's a exam. But it really is an AP music theory and ear training exam because it's requiring you to actually hear things, not just see something and label it. Which usually that's theory is the writing and ear training is the hearing. Like how well your ear is able to tell what's happening versus how well your eyes are able to tell what's happening. That's usually what the music theory versus ear training are. Did you finish the figure bass section? I'm about to do that right now. think it was a G in the middle here, so that's a C. So it'd be like this, C 2 6. F is a 5. A 5 4 2. And then this was right. I did get this right because that's what's natural for like counterpoint basically. And then 1 6, and then 5, and then 1. Let's see what he got.
Minor over E flat. When you have 6, that's in reference to the interval between the soprano voice and the bass voice. It's a sixth, even though I would call that just a C minor triad.
That is not actually true, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's not true because you can have is it not true? Because it's like, wasn't there a whole rule about how... Oh no, that's closed and open position. Closed and open position is like the weird exception. I don't know if you know about this, but closed position is, you would think everything within an octave, right? But closed position is not that. And not only is it not that, it's the most optimal distances between intervals, but it also actually, you actually ignore the bass when you are measuring this octave. So if you have something like an F like this, that's actually closed position because the bass is not counted in this interval being like 2 octaves apart. That's closed and open position topic stuff. And so it's not even, so if I had like, yeah, if I had like, or whatever it is, like the bass, this is actually all closed position because the tenor, soprano, mezzo soprano, soprano are in the same octave. So that's actually considered closed position, which is just, it's so situational. Just, I don't know, it's not helpful for some things. There are no Roman numerals in figured bass. What do you mean? Roman numerals are part of the mixture. So then, before listening to the first, please take other stuff. What does this say again? You will hear a harmonic progression in 4 parts. In each case, the progression will play 4 times. There will be notate only the soprano voice. Do not. Okay, make sure the externals are right. On the blank provided under the staff, write the Roman and Arabic numbers that indicate chord and their inversions. So Roman numeral analysis is what this is. We do mix it in modern. You get the bass note anyway. Yeah, so if you didn't do the Roman numeral, you just wrote the 6/4, right? And the letter. Did you write the letter for the root? Is that what you did, Hansi? Oh, you can't see my. This is what I did. Did you write letters? Is that what you did? Maybe you wrote letters. So you just didn't write anything? You just wrote the figured bass only? So just nothing? And then like 6/4, 6, 6, like this? Just numbers and the bass not. That's what Bach did. Well, great, because I don't like thinking about, I don't think the root is like, it's useful, but it's only useful for voice leading. And it's not useful for harmonic progression. For me, I find it's not relevant to, like, I think it's much more useful when talking about voice leading to talk about root and that stuff. But even still, wait, so Bach never wrote Roman numerals? Like, did he analyze other people's music, or he analyze his own music like that? What are you talking about with that? I'm curious. I'm gonna keep playing this.
It's a different terminology. Again, archaic, but it's used in this kind of context. This was a
5/4-2.
That was a F7 over E flat, which I forget what that is. That's a 5/5-4-2, 6/5. I think it's a 5/6/5, and then it was a 1. Okay.
Well, but E is in the bass, so if it's a 5 chord, EF is already a second. Messed that up. It's a 4/2 chord,
No
actually.
answer. Let's see how we did. All right. Ah! Okay, I got
What?
all of them
Oh yeah, the 4/2.
except that one, right?
Yeah.
Where I thought it was 5/4/2. I should have written that first at the first point. It's a 5/6/5 chord.
Just
It's
kidding.
an F over an E flat. But we're using this system, so there we go. Okay.
So those numbers are about intervals between notes. There's an E flat here against the C, which the interval between. Oh, sorry, A. So E flat to A is a fourth. So there should be a 4 in the figured bass already. And then there's the because it's a 5, the 5 is the 5th note of the scale. We're in B flat major. The 5th note is F. So 5 and then E flat F A would be the harmony here, which is 2nd and 4th. So if you're following along and watching, and you know, whatever, that's how we get that answer there.
Okay, so I guess we.
That's E flat is E. Holy, what's wrong? I think I think the notes were right. I think he got the notes right. E flat against, this is an E flat against a A. And just in case, Joel, if you've been talking, it's muted. Top is the B flat. Is not okay, isn't it?
This is like
Oh shit!
not my wheelhouse here.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fun. Hope you're enjoying the ride. Feel free to ask questions then instead. I'm happy to help. Top is yes. Oh yeah, he did write it in F major instead, which is weird. I don't know why he wrote only one flat. Maybe he wrote the one flat. Is this a mistake on the prompt?
Just but written that 5, 4.
Or he's using notation software here, in like probably in Sibelius, to do this, and he wrote the wrong key signature. Yeah, he wrote the wrong key signature.
6/5?
There should be an E flat in there.
5/6/5. That was okay.
Definitely make sure to let him know in the comments, guys.
I got all of them except that one right where I thought.
How many people they didn't even catch? Well, of course they didn't catch the key signature being wrong. It's like you're just seeing what's the same or not. Oh my god, look at all this. Gosh, reading in the comments would be a lot of fun
5/4/2.
too.
I should
People's
have written
opinions
that
on all this.
at the first point. It's a 5/6/5 chord. It's an F over an E flat. But we're using this system, so there we go. Okay, so I guess we just got 1 point off. So we had 9 points on the first one, 9 points on the second, 23 points here. Sweet. Question 4 is another one, but now we're
almost got the answer
in
to
minor
life.
keys, which are always, you know, they're the spicier tonal center. There's just more stuff that can happen in a minor key. Okay, it looks like we're in the key of A minor.
Now listen to the progression for the first time and begin work.
So same test. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna overlap so we can't see what he's doing. Okay, so we start. Did he get the right key signature this time? He did. Good. It doesn't actually matter. Even though he got the wrong key signature, he wrote the right answers relative to the right key that he was supposed to be in. So it was just it just didn't put in the flat, that's not a big deal that much. In a situation like that, it's not that big a deal. Okay, we're in 4/4. Last time the time signature messed me up a little bit, which I remember actually time signature messing me up. Because you can technically count things in different ways, and it still will reflect, you know, what you're writing. Rocket science instead. He wrote the correct answer. Key signature doesn't matter in figure bass. Key signature matters to your tonal center. Like your key that you're in is actually what the Roman numerals are following in most cases. Gotta love how I have to say in most cases about something that is like an objective analysis of music. That's a fun one. analyzing finger bass, it's not important. As your number has to follow the key. That's kind of the whole point, kind of. Which is a whole nother just can of worms. It's all about relativeness. Roman numerals are just about what relatively you're doing, I guess. Okay. Let's do it.
Working.
It's one of those things at the end, we got that deceptive cadence to F. It's like everybody's like, it's deceptive because in this time period, you would normally expect to go from that 5 chord, that E, to the 1 minor, but instead we went to the 6 chord.
E?
Okay, so Roman numerals, that was a 1 minor, and we do it lowercase because classical. A jazz musician would say that's a 1 minor with a little lowercase m, but anyway. Then that's a 5/6 chord or an E over a G sharp. Then we go back to a 1 minor, then a 1 minor 6 or an A minor over C. This was, actually don't remember what that chord is, but there was a 4 on the bass. This, I believe, was the 5/6 of 5.
I think this is what I have.
Secondary dominant.
We'll see. Maybe
F. The 5 chord. And then,
if I had to guess.
Maybe that was an A minor over an E, which is common before.
Those are the ones I'm just missing. I just don't know those
minor,
notes
it
right
like
now.
sets up the E chord, the
I forget
dominant. So
notes way faster.
That's a 1 6
than most
4,
people.
and then that's a 5, and then that's a 6 major. Great.
Oh, C.
Wait. Yeah, okay. Whew. I lost my place a little bit. I had to think back. Musical memory, especially retroactive musical memory, is another skill that can be developed where you like store a melody in short-term memory. This was a 4 minor, I'm gonna guess.
I think this is what
I think it was a 4 minor. No.
Oh. I want to.
Oh,
I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
I'm gonna guess.
Can we hear it
2
again?
points there. That wasn't a 4 minor. That was a 2 diminished.
I want to hear
retroactive musical memory.
I want to hear it again.
Wait.
So. Which actually, there's like 2 versions of doing this. You could do this, like that, or you could do the 1/6/4, which it's like, well, functionally, it's not a 6/4, a 1 chord, because it's, you could combine it together because it's this serving this dominant thing. It's like the rules just move depending on what sounds right, which is like, it's like, well, what is smoother? If it's smoother, we should probably group things that are smoother. And it's like, it actually does hit on what's important, but it's like not reflected at all in the rules of how you would write this analysis out. Also G sharp. Yeah. Was there a G sharp somewhere? No. Oh, maybe it was. No. We could swap if you want, Joel. That's fine. And then for the AI topic, maybe you'll be more interested in like chatting.
Yeah.
Sure, let's do that. I'll swap you guys out. Hansi can join in. Hey, Hansi. Yo. Welcome to the stream.
Wait, let me just quickly mute your Twitch. Wait, yeah.
And you're gonna watch the stream.
Yeah, I will.
There's somewhere there's a chromatic G sharp. I've heard it, but I just don't remember where it is right now.
Second note.
Well, yeah, oh yeah, there's G sharp. Of course, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just didn't write it in. Of course, because we're melodic minor stuff.
Also, I think it's a 5/6/4 because the 6/4 is a dominant function.
Right. That's the thing, but it's like, but it's not really, because then now it's like, is it a 5 as the root and then a 6/4 of the 5? No, it's not.
It's a dominant suspension, right? You hang everything over the 4 in a way. Over the 4 and the 6, right? Going down to the
So if you write dashes, then you have to then you have to figure out which part of the dashes are actually accurate to the root.
I mean, dashes are for base notes in that sense again, right? Like the root note comes before the dash, doesn't it? You can write C over E, and it would mean that E is the base note, even though you know that E is not the root. In figure base, it's like you have the base note, right, which could be a C, but that C could be a 6/4. So
No. I'm talking about the Roman numeral. Is the Roman numeral 5/6/4 to 5/5/3, or is it 1/6/4 to 5/5/3? And the problem is that you could do either.
Yeah, you probably can, but
which is stupid.
5, right?
That's a horrible inconsistency in the system.
I would think 5/5, right? That makes sense. 5/6/4 to 5/5/3, right? That's where they go, no? Relative to that moment.
Yeah, great defense, brother. I'm just kidding.
What? It is, no? What?
What? But I could argue that it would be consistent with the way that you do this, is that the Roman numeral should reflect the root. And the root is A, and then E, and then A at the end.
That makes sense.
So why do we write 5?
Because we talk about it in functions, right? If you...
Right.
That makes sense. I guess. Yeah, it's a horrible inconsistency, I understand. Yeah,
There has to be a better way to do this. There has to be. There's no way. And that's what he says. He says, Adam Neely says how this is like an archaic way of doing things, which I'm actually curious. I wish maybe there's a video of him talking about how he does it. If he finds this archaic, I wonder what his alternative is, you know?
Yeah, I get that.
So, okay.
5/6/4 in that
Like, I can't, I just don't remember.
Wait.
So this is a... So there's a G here, right? G. Oh, yeah. G sharp, E, right? That's what's happening.
Da. Ba. Yeah, but should go, no, it's like D.
Oh, is it D?
Sharp, E. I think it's D.
There's no way that's an octave. No.
I think
it is a 4 chord though. It should be a 4. D sharp. Oh, it is D sharp E. Yeah, that sounds right.
And yeah, the 6/4, right, landing on the E and low E, and then 6, not a 1.
Yeah, it goes deceptive cadence.
I find it interesting that they didn't do perfect cadence in the end, because I feel like every study I've done in my university, they throw perfect cadence in the end of some sort.
So this is actually a really interesting chord. Is it a raised? No, it's B. It's a B chord. So it's a 2. What?
Half diminished, maybe? Question mark? I would have to listen to it again. I don't know the timbre in between. Because right now we have...
It's 5 of 5. It's a 5/6/5 of 5 going to the 5 here.
I don't
6/4.
think it is a straight major chord. Gonna be honest with you.
No, it is a dominant. If it's D, if I have the right note here on the D sharp to B.
5/6/5. Oh, 6/5. Yeah, I read 6/4. Yeah.
Oh, 6/5. Sorry, 6/5.
That is half. Yeah, that makes sense. That is what I was. Yeah.
It's a dominant. A Mixolydian.
Correct.
Oh, he does write 5/6 of 5. I think that's everything. Let me just double check I have the same notes.
Yeah, okay. Whew, I lost my place a little bit. Had to think back. Musical
Yeah, when there's like chromatic motion, I do lose track of my
I
perfect
lost
pitch
my place a
sometimes.
little bit. Had to think back.
I have to like,
musical melody.
do it a few times.
I'm gonna guess.
I do too.
I think it was a 4 minor. Ah, no.
So it was resolved. Wait. That's a 6.
Wait, why is it a?
5.
Oh, because it was diminished.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I made the same mistake because I did hear like this diminished quality. Yeah, it should have been a 2/6.
I mean, that makes sense in the.
Yeah, and then and then it's this. So it's basically, and then it adds the G sharp.
Well, they also have a 7 in there. I didn't even notice, to be honest, in the last 5.
See, or 6/4 to 7/5/3. 8/6/4. Look at this thing. Look at this stuff. Or 5/8/6/4 to 8/7/5/3. Oh, dominant. I guess they played a dominant a seventh chord version of it.
Dominant 7 in the final one.
But like this is not. You wouldn't get this from only the soprano. They're telling us to write down the soprano and bass, but then they're also telling us to keep track of the other voices without writing them down.
I mean, that's what you do. Like when I analyze figure space, so like here, look at like this type of exam. I hear first, I just write down melody and bass, and then I listen to it the second or third time, and then think, okay, what quality is that in that moment? How do I know what kind of note that is, right? So you know, okay, this is a 6 chord because I hear the 6 below, and I hear that, oh yeah, the 6/4 quality here, right? And then you would have to make out the 7 as well in the final one, right? It's like it builds it up in a way when you analyze it backwards from the performance.
Back.
So you would need for figure bass, you would need the 7 there for sure on the last one. You don't need, like, if you wouldn't have Roman numerals, you would just write 7 under it and before last, I think. That would make sense. And also the voice leading.
Because the dominant can't exist without the 7th being lowered and heard.
The dominant 7 cannot exist without the 7. A dominant chord can always exist, but dominant chords don't exist in like Baroque style. At least they weren't described in that way, right? They had like dominant functions and they kind of thought about it that way, but they definitely went by voice leading archetypes. So okay, this is a leading tone, this leading tone, and this.
Yeah, in a cadence, you would never have a normal 5 going to 1. You'd have a 5/7 going to 1 every time. Is that what you're saying?
Not always. No.
What do you wait? But you can't have a 5 just go to 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Without 7.
The 7 is added in the listening exam here, so you would have to make it out, right?
You'd have to. Well, my point is that they're giving us the notes here of E and B, which doesn't give us the 7th of the chord. And then, but they're telling us to also. They're telling us to write in the figure bass and the Roman numerals and all this analysis, while also telling us to not write down the middle voices that would give us that. It's kind of stupid. It's kind of evil to give someone a test and be like, you're going to only write down the soprano and bass, but then also tell them to write down the figure bass that they're looking from their own notes from, and then be like, oh, actually the figure bass is not reflected through the notes that you wrote down. I think that's kind of evil to do that.
It is reflected though. What?
No. If we only look at the soprano and bass, there is no 7 in the soprano bass here.
I mean, no, right? But you have to listen for it. That's why you like find it out. That's why it's probably also the
sure.
last word in this. It's like
yeah, but I'm saying that's kind of evil because the first step here is like you're like
store a melody in short-term memory. This was.
See, they say before listening to the first part, please look at the. Oh no! Does it tell you to write everything down? No. Note that there are 9 chords in the progression of the soprano, but is and the Roman numeral for the first chords are given. Remember to only the soprano and bass voice and to write in every blank the number indicated. So they're telling you to first write down the soprano and bass and then to write the Roman numerals, which is like, I just think it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just my little nitpick.
Yeah, if you didn't learn figure bass in that way before, then definitely. But I do associate certain qualities with the number 6, for example, or like the number 7, right? It's like.
But that's because of modes. That's only because of modes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the 7 is well, let's hear it one more time.
Hear it?
Yeah, I mean, I hear the 7, yeah. So it's...
If I heard this,
right? That's what they're playing.
write it down.
That's what they played. So there is the B, the ED 7th here. And then they went to 6.
Back. Really? 4? No. Oh, I lost 2 points there. That wasn't a 4 minor, that was a 2 diminished 6, which has the same bass note and same melody note, but I misheard that. And also that was a 5-6-5 of 5, which means that it's a dominant 7th chord, so that's a B7 over D sharp.
So you should just assume that there's a 7 in there if there's ever any kind of dominant movement. Like there's never going to be dominant movement in a test or in the Baroque period music, like really without a 7th in there to create the tension that would then release. Because the only way you get the Mixolydian quality is through having the 7th lowered. So you'd have to hear the Mixolydian 7 in there.
Usually it is introduced, but
you have to have the tritone. The tritone, like the
don't need a tritone for a leading tone.
that tritone has to be
It's the
there.
most natural way to resolve that thing, but you can
Because
also
this might as well be
resolve
1 to
that
4.
Yeah, but they didn't write it in that way, right? Like you can, if you wanted a 7 in there, they will kind of write a 7 in the figure bass below, right? Because
Oh yeah, no, you do. If there is a 7, you do write it down. I'm just saying that in the Baroque period music, like maybe some classical, would you ever see a cadence without the 7th being present, the 7th member? Probably not.
They happen for sure. I'm very sure they do.
Not in like a cadence that ends a phrase. I don't think there's really any examples in Baroque that.
I think not just Baroque, right? Like classical Baroque music, both. They do that.
Find me an
Bach does that
example
too.
sometime. That'd be interesting to look into how likely that is.
Magnificat.
It doesn't even really matter though. It doesn't matter. Just my point is that if you're going to give people like the soprano and bass line, and you have to, or you're going to play all these notes, why are you making people analyze it and then be like, oh, but then you can't trust what you're seeing to give you the figure. So you have to just know that.
I found one instantly.
I mean, yeah, I think it's true. You're probably gonna find an example. That's fine. But in a test, I imagine like.
I mean,
they're always gonna throw that in.
You have a 7, right? It's like.
Yeah, there's no way I could generalize that. Like all of Baroque doesn't have a single end of a phrase cadence with like a dominant to like an authentic cadence 5-1. That doesn't have that it has to have the 7. That might be just too broad. Yeah. But did you send it to me? I'll check it out.
I did send. You can just listen to the last few seconds, right? That's going to be the final cadence of that piece, and he definitely does not add a 7 in there. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. The D was there though. Da, da, D.
Oh, is it really? And then
Well, there's a voice that goes D, C, B. Listen. La, ba, bom. The brass literally plays D, right?
When it goes on, that's a 5. Oh, yeah, okay, there.
It's the D against the E that gives you the second there for the 7. Which is, it is E, D, B, E, G sharp here, but then there's the D does show up. There's no, I mean, I'm sure there are examples, but the end of the piece, usually you need the,
Yeah, usually it's there.
you're very likely to have it. I don't think it's a rule. I'll take it back.
Yeah.
There's no way it's There's
And
no
also
way
in,
it's a
like,
rule.
Bach chorales, there's like the end of the phrase does not need to have a 7 in it, right? The final cadence usually does, but it doesn't need to, right?
Yeah.
It's
No,
like,
it doesn't need to. And it won't always have it, but like...
I mean, in most cases,
Yeah.
especially for the last final cadence, I would say your argument holds. But in
Yeah, that's what I mean.
every
Like, and
case-
like cadences are like kind of special that way. You could have a 5 motion to 1 motion in the middle of like an A-B phrase or something. But like, yeah. But I mean, that's not always a rule. It just is what it is. Hold on, I gotta swap my ice, and I also need to just learn to click this and just walk away. Haha.
Yes. Amen.
I need some ice in my life. And some.
Or like Titan the Creation just sprung into mind. It's like also the last 2 chords are not chords.
They're not.
No. The last dominant chord of the whole piece, of that 2.5-hour piece, is a 5-1 without a 7, I'm very sure. I'm like 99% sure. I gotta like listen to it again, but
All right, link me the next one.
okay.
I'll shoot them all down.
Timestamp.
I'll find the 7 somewhere. I'm not death gripped to my opinion here at all. It was just a thought that I had. I mean, this is all just back to the whole like just very, very nitpick tiny little thing about how like they should put in the test like if there's going to be a 7 that it should be reflected in a soprano bass voice, because if you write down the soprano bass voice, you're taking the test and then you write it down and then you go, okay, I'm done writing down my notes. Let me go look at the notes and see if I can figure out what the qualities and Roman numeral analysis is. Oh, it looks like it's like this. Okay, now I write down the Roman numeral analysis. I could see so many people making a mistake there, not because they don't know better, but because they forgot what they heard. They were busy writing down notes, and then they busy writing down the stuff. Yeah. And then, like, I mean, unless you have to teach it in class, like, hey, write down those notes, but then also remember, you got to make sure you listen for the qualities. Let there be like 3 playthroughs for notes and stuff, and then use the 4th playthrough to double check that there aren't qualities that might be missing the notes that you didn't write down. But again, I think that's deceptive. I don't like deceptive tests. I think that's silly because it just doesn't.
How I learned to do like write this down is start with the bass, then go to the soprano, and then listen for the quality. You know what I mean? It's like one step at a time. That's what I usually do.
Yeah, I guess so.
Get across these.
I guess so.
Right,
okay.
With the bass,
maybe that's
sometimes
normalized.
You instantly write down a 6 quality, right? Because you're okay. This is a 6, and you already have 1 or 2
but if
down.
it's just because it's normalized that way doesn't mean I like it. I don't agree with it.
You don't have to. I don't think it's a good education.
But it might be normalized. You might be right about that. That might be normal. And if I were to like really think about it, like I think it probably is normal to have a test like this. It's just I was thrown off by it and it upset me, pissed me off. I was like, yeah, I would have known if it was a dominant, but the fucking notes fooled me into thinking it was not.
Okay, fair.
That's all. I was just upset
I sent you a
or mad.
timestamp of the video. It's another like few seconds of the final moments of that piece.
Watch me find a sneaky 7. You're gonna be so mad. I'm gonna make you so mad.
Second to last note. The second to last.
That's it?
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. You're right. I don't hear a E flat in there. But let's look at, if it's a long piece, then it might have been somewhere in there. It's just that it was giving you a clear ending. I'll find a 7 somewhere in this 1.5 hours of music. I'm just kidding.
This, if you ever want to listen to a good piece by Haydn, this is arguably the best one, I think. This is the most fun. It's like the creation of the entire world, right? The first few minutes are just let there be light, and it's so glorious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Glorious.
Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
going.
for
Let's keep
sure.
going.
The regular triad over D sharp. Well, I got 2 points off on that one. Damn. So we got 22 points instead of the full 24. But the rest of it looked pretty good. Okay, so that concludes the ear training transcription part of the exam. The next bit is what I'm going to call the math problem part of the exam, where we
So
have
it
to
was the ear
realize a
training bit.
figured
Okay.
bass. Without listening to the music, we have to write down what the correct music should be in a given scenario. This is where really the curriculum starts to go hardcore into the 18th century European mode of thinking. It literally says it right here, following traditional 18th century voice leading procedures. This is AP, harmonic style of 18th century European musicians,
God.
which isn't necessarily
be
a bad
fun.
thing in and of itself. But when you look at the arts
I think
curriculum
it's really
on the
fun.
College Board website and compare AP music theory to, say, AP art history,
Huh?
I have had a lot of fun doing figure bass stuff. I was really good at my music theory stuff in
Yeah.
high school. I had like
you see in art history, you get things like global prehistory, indigenous Americas, later Europe and Americas, Africa, etc., etc. When you take an AP class in art, you study art. When you take an AP class in music, you study like the tiniest fragment of music. So keep that in mind when you decide to take
Yeah.
music theory. The system is designed to teach you a very small portion of music theory. You could be learning about all of it, but you learn about a little bit of it. Realize the figured below in 4 voices, continue logically from the spacing of the first chord, do not add any embellishments unless indicated by the figure bass, blah, blah, blah.
Which is really annoying, first of all. Really annoying that we're taught like this. 2, telling people that this is just a tiny fraction of music theory. I think a layman goes, oh, this is just the tiny part? There is no fucking way I'm ever learning anything. Because if I can't even handle the tiny part, I of course can't handle. That's bullshit. It's just convoluted because it's so hyper specific to being historically relevant to like this genre. I think it's actually harder to learn the Western music theory than to learn most probably other approaches. Honestly, I think it's just
I do think chord theory should come first in a way, right? I feel like that is the most intuitive to me, at least, right? Hearing C over E, for example, right? It's completely out of the function, but figured bass doesn't do that either, does it?
figured bass tells you which notes. So the way
How the
I
notes
do
are
it
related
is I
to the
go,
bass.
here's the bass note, and then I think of it like this: all the scales in the world. Scale is a limit, is a restriction, self-imposed to make you limit you to certain sounds and certain qualities and certain colors. And then within that scale, you have different slices. So you have the pie. Imagine you have different pies around, right? Like on the
Intervals,
table.
right?
And the different scales are different pies. And then a chord is just a slice of a pie. So basically you have the scale, and then the chord is just some of the notes from that scale that is part of that pie. So then basically figured bass is telling you which slice of the pie you are hearing. Like which intervals, which notes, which members of the scale. Really, it's telling you which members of the scale are. Actually, that would make life so much easier if we didn't even worry about inversions. We just went figured bass tells you literally which members of the scale you are dealing with.
Yeah, you are. That's exactly how it works, right?
It's like not just about the intervals from the bass.
Yeah,
because then you don't.
It is though, right? If you write a 6 chord, right? Usually, if you have nothing written under it, you will add the 3rd and the 5th always, right? You don't have to write anything for that. You do that. If you write a 6 in there, you will get rid
6
of
and
the 5
6
and add
3
the 6.
usually. There is no 5 in the 6th. In a 6.
No, if you don't have a 6, right? If it's just nothing written under it, if you have like this here, a G,
Just 6.
right? You know it is a G minor, so it's like you have the 5th and the 3rd. If you don't have the 6th.
No, you don't have the 5th if you have a 6.
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm trying to get from.
Okay.
And if you add the 6, you will not have a 5, right?
Okay, right. It replaces the 5 in this case.
Exactly. Except if you do 6-5, which they also do here, by the way.
Yeah, 6-5 would mean that's highlighting that there's a second interval, which is an inversion of a 7th. That's why we do this.
Yeah, and if it's in the bass, it would be 2, right? 4-2.
Sure. But the thing is that I found figured bass really confusing to do both the figured bass and the Roman numeral because they have nothing to do with each other.
They don't really, right? I mean, we do that too. We have mixed them too because it's like both theories involved into one, which is functional harmony theory to the figured bass, right? But I would think for performative practice, just
it's so ridiculous to mix these things. To me,
yeah.
It makes no
That's
sense.
I mean, it's just more information on the page, right? If you wrote Roman numerals
No,
and
it's
the figure
confusing. It's less information, in my opinion, because it's not
less information.
It's less information by the fact that it makes it confusing. It's not helpful to mix these things. For me, I really find it really confusing to mix these things. Let me find what my latest thoughts on like how I would analyze music myself for my own is bass, scale, and figured bass. I would actually do that. I would do bass, figured scale, and then figured bass, and then separately analyze the functional stuff. So basically, if you had a chord, separately. And then so it would be two different rows. So basically, I think it's better to do if you have, let's say, G minor 6, right? Well, that's the thing. So anyway, so G, B flat, E. Or sorry, E flat. Okay.
Is there a way for you to share the stream on your Discord?
Oh, you can't see it. Shit. Oh no, but I'm sharing. You can see it on my camera. My camera is showing what I'm streaming.
Oh, you have a cam as well?
Isn't the camera on? Oh, the camera's off. My bad. That's why I thought you could see what I was doing. That's the camera is actually what the stream is, but live.
Oh,
for you, real time. So then you both have the audio for what that I'm watching and this. Okay, so let's say this. That's our chord.
Yeah.
I would analyze this as G as like if there's no context. This is tricky, but I would say if there's no context, it would be G minor, G Aeolian actually. G. So that's actually what did I write into? So, what was it I wrote? Hold on, I need to find the thing I wrote.
Yeah, for sure. Can I say something while
sure.
I mean, I'm gonna. So what I think is, if you have the key signature in front, right, what you need to write down which mode it is, because if you just write the figured bass, right, if you write a 6 here, you wouldn't know. Okay, this is the bass note. Is the what kind of mode we are in, right? And then you go, okay, that is a G. Was it again G Aeolian, right? G Aeolian 6 chord, in a way.
Yeah, it's Aeolian. No, it's Aeolian. So
if you know which scale degree, which scale is in that sense, because we do use Ionian.
So it'd be Aeolian, yeah. Which is technically like what we conventionally call minor. So I would say just write minor. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just to make it. Well, I don't know. I think I'd move away from it.
Right? Because if
I would move away from that. I'd go A E for Aeolian.
Yeah.
So it'd be G Aeolian 6/3.
Yeah.
That would be the chord.
Yeah.
And then you would write
G Aeolian if you're already in B flat. I mean, you can just say G6/3, no?
So context is a separate conversation from this, right? This is all the information that you would be able to gather without considering context, independent of context.
Sure. Yeah.
And that doesn't matter. This is always true, regardless of context.
Yeah, very much.
And then you go to context after that, because the context part is a little bit more contextual. So, yeah. So then you would go, and I'm not sure yet completely on, I've been really thinking a lot about this stuff, but like the whole inversions and stuff is like, is a simplification as well. It's like, it's going to be a whole hornet's nest of like how I think I would redo all this. That would best reflect like why the chord feels the way it does, why it behaves the way it does. Because like, this could be this, or it could be
that is the G Aeolian 1 chord. G Aeolian 163. Oh my god. Imagine. Oh. I mean, that's pretty good though. I do follow the. I mean,
so it's not an E flat major chord. Because you've been drilling your brain to do this.
Yeah, for sure.
But
because we
if
think
it's
in
this-
inversions in that case. That's a G minor.
If you hear that, you're not hearing E flat major anymore.
Because it's a G minor, right? It's also, if you put G and then go down to the D, it's not going to be, I mean, it is Aeolian, right? We'll go to E flat here.
So this is me staying that kind of thing. Now, if I want to avoid the E flat, how would you convince me to hear it as not the thing we've been all drilled to hear? Is so if we are not, let's say,
You could go down to D and do G minor, I think, and like get the F sharp in there as well.
So you could go. So listen to this.
Yeah.
Huh? Now how would you analyze it, Mr. Roman numeral? Not you, but just like someone.
It's like a. Yeah.
Like this is completely thrown a wrench into everything.
Well, no, that's a C major. That one makes. I mean, it's not that far away, is it?
So this, how would we analyze this? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
F, B flat, E flat, G, C, E natural. Okay. So then it would be. Oh no! Wait. It'd be natural. Be natural. So. Well, that's actually I should probably do an E here. Yeah, so it'd be. Okay, so if you do this E flat, it's actually a Lydian dominant kind of thing or something. I'm still figuring out what names I'm going to do for different things, but it's technically Lydian dominant because it's got the lowered 7, but it has the Lydian raised 4. Which is like just
it's like a 4 stack, no?
It's a whole other conversation of what scales you assume when you're listening more than others objectively, not contextually, not culturally, but actually based off of like harmonic series and all that jazz. It'd be easier to do this with an E natural right away. So this would be Lydian. It'd be an F Lydian 4 7 7 4. Fly.
Fly 7 4. Oh my
fly
god.
Fly 7 4.
Can we do fly cool? 6 7? Can we do a fly 6 7? Is there a way? Oh my god. It's nice, yeah.
You could. But then it would be that's the thing. If we take it away, well, okay, we would have to do both B, D, and E. All right, we got the joke in here. There we go.
So we got the hell yeah. Well, that's just
C.
oh wait, that you can kind of. Oh my god, that is so weird. Now in like harmonic like functional theory, I would say that will be a G chord without a G.
No,
right?
this would be So this would be wait. So how would we keep going? Even though we have this resolution. You would actually keep going, and if you just went with qualities, it would just be G in the bass, and it'd be Mixolydian for this.
Yeah.
6/4.
If you we have the G in the that one makes sense. It's a G.
So now we have an Aeolian. I love doing it like this. F Lydian. And then G Mixolydian. Does that work? Yeah. But that's the thing. So the only thing is that resolutions. The real question is what you mentioned before, which is a note might replace another note. And the question I've been thinking about is when does a note motion, like a chromatic motion or a half step or a whole step or whatever, when does it replace a note you've heard before? And when does it layer as an addition to the notes you've heard before? That's a really important topic, because here, when we hear this, like the B going to C half step, all the half steps are always going to be the most, because they're more, like, yeah. So scales, right? In scales, permitting like half steps is actually a pretty big deal, because most of the time, you know, most of the time when we are when we're in the normal scale for like the diatonic scale, most of the time we have very few half steps. Most of them are whole steps.
Yeah. If
First
you
of all,
move, go on.
Well, I was gonna say that, it's like unusual. Like if we permit two notes that are half step apart from each other, that means that both of them are equally heard, like in the color that we're in.
That would make sense, right? If you have some sort of chord, let's say that G early in 6/3, and you add replace one of those notes with a half step, it's instantly gonna put us in a different mode, right? Instantly, because the half step has sort of changed the
It's
quality
tricky.
of it.
Well, it's tricky because there are scales like the blues scale. It's this one. So this blues scale permits two half steps in a row here. So these notes are equally.
You can also do a half step
equally
between
present
F and
in
F
music.
sharp, by the way. You can do da 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 da. You can do the whole thing, right?
Like this.
Even all of that, right? The blues scale is a bit like the blues scale I know is C D E flat, F sharp G. I think.
What about the E natural? Isn't there no E natural?
You can do it, right? It's the leading note.
Well, I don't know the jazz theory as well as I know Western theory. That's for damn sure. What is the blues scale? I could also check with the quarta as well. Okay, let's see what. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's what I.
It's supposed to be. I put the half step in the wrong spot.
But you
so
can
C, E
use
flat,
like leading
F.
tones, right? You can do like a C and then D to E flat.
Sorry.
It all works. Okay. I can I'm gonna be ruthless here. Right, that's the one we had, but you could do like.
So you might borrow notes, but the weight, that's actually interesting, because in jazz, you might permit those other notes as like ornamentation, but you would have more presence. These notes are the most present, and then other notes are borrowed to add some kind of spice and stuff going on there.
Yeah.
You are still lurking me, by the way, are you? Just a side thing.
Yeah, of course. I'm
Okay,
still.
So it's just Joel and you. That's it. I thought Ari was going to be around for a bit more. Oh, it's okay though.
Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
Hopefully more people will come later.
We will blow up 1 point. Yeah, I'm sure of it. At least if as soon as you develop the new system.
Maybe. I mean, like, I definitely will use it for me to analyze music, and then hopefully.
If you actually write it into like, you should write a book about it in a way, right?
Well, it'll be in my theory book. So my Magnus opus of my theory book, 100%.
Yeah, because I would probably like I like this way of thinking about this a lot. It is very, very good.
Yeah. So coming back to here, I think that we should be separating, even though this is leading to this G, and we might hear this as a resolution. But then what if something else happens and it recontextualizes this as no longer being a C chord? Then it's what if it goes like Like
A flat.
So then it goes
G up and half step and E down.
Like that.
Oh, that could work. Yeah.
and it was actually that.
But then that will be Mixolydian, right? Not a G Mixolydian because we have the B flat in there. So we are already changing.
It is
places.
Mixolydian instead. Yeah, because the B flat was heard before. Well, we had.
But it's not a G Mixolydian. Doesn't make sense.
Oh, I see. So it is Mixolydian because it just sounds so. It's just not because it's in the 6/4, right? The inversions of stuff of the intervals. That's the whole thing. I'm trying to figure out still exactly how to tie that in a way that just keeps everything nice and like clear. What conversation we're having about the music, like inversions do. So one thing that I do think, I forget where I wrote this down. Let me go check my other notes. Here. So like when tension resolves, I was just writing something here, but basically you have like the most pure versus the most dissonant intervals. So the least smooth voice change is the most like apparent, for sure. The no voice, darker. So like I was just thinking about all this different stuff with colors, but like for sure, like the 4th and the 6th, the major 6 here, and the 4th, right? The 4th is more clear, and the major 3rd. So the 6th is the most dissonant, but yeah.
That is just complementary intervals, right? That's what it is basically.
Well, inverse intervals don't change the type, but they do change the quality. I thought I had a breakthrough earlier. I'm trying to remember right now, scratching my head for this one. Something about inversions.
Clair de lune.
Yeah.
In C. Just a 9 chord.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
That's so pretty. God.
I love
Okay.
it. Yeah, Clair de lune is so nice.
We could analyze something like that.
I never did actually.
I think I have to use examples. I have to just keep analyzing music, and eventually I'll figure out, like, from different genres and see how different types of angles of attack hold up throughout the analysis and everything. I think that's the only way that I'll be able to get to the answers.
Also love to analyze, but I think you were also wanting to talk about AI at some point. I feel like
yeah. We'll definitely get to it for sure. Yeah, we need to. But
Second chord,
but the point is, like, I wonder what he says at the end. I mean, we could do more of this test. That's
tenor.
fun.
Then we have
Oh, so he wants us to fill in the chords. Okay. Follow the traditional voice leading procedures, which is like a whole fucking hornet's nest of rules. So that's the thing. Counterpoint is definitely like really useful against like Roman numeral is actually so the Roman numeral. So here, this is what I've come to conclusion with Roman numerals. Okay, so Roman numeral, what the point of the Roman numeral is to tell you the how vibrant. What was the other word I used? Bold, maybe? Let me see. Something... Because I was, like, analyzing a piece as well at one point. I gotta look here. Is it this? This was an old analysis, actually. Holy shit. This was us analyzing just now. Oh no, this was me thinking about stuff. Like literally just figuring out a 6/4 to a 6/3 motion and like analyzing it to death. So prominent motion is the fact. So like the most prominent motion, like the more the same, the more you are pure with the interval for motion, the less noticeable it is. So when you listen to any chord, like the tension is going to be the thing that pops out the most. That's what you're hearing the most of.
What I hear, oh my god, my classical trained mind always wants to resolve that E down to a D. Yada, right? Because it's more in that safe state.
Well, what would be a way to resolve it naturally? You could do...
in voice leading wise, you can do F, just to move the E down to D minor 7 with a F in the bass, just to 5/1.
So...
Move down the E to the D.
And you could do something like...
Yeah, you can. I would always throw D in there. Yeah. But now we don't feel at home in E minor, do we?
Oh, wait, I could just do E major instead. What was the thing I did?
F minor 7, I think. But yeah, with not F minor, but...
How was that?
Yeah, that would feel at home. But that would make sense because it's Phrygian. Because
yes,
it's going
now it's Phrygian,
right?
because the E...
Yeah.
Now the Phrygian is home. Is that wild?
Yeah.
How that works? That's crazy. You would never even ever entertain something like this.
I mean, it's
if you were like root positioning everything and like doing all this stuff. I don't know.
I mean,
it's a closed system. It's a self-reinforcing, like what is it called? Self-referential thing that's not helpful to discovering new music.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like, I just found that.
I think I know what to do.
What did I do? I moved in half steps. Like this. I went from the A to the A flat, right? Mm-hmm. Or yeah, and then I moved the C to B and the E to an F. Like this.
Yeah.
And it felt really smooth because the intervals that are happening in each voice is a half step, which is a minor second, is a very dissonant interval vertically. But when it comes to voice leading, it is one of the most smoothest intervals. The most smoothest interval is a unison, is no move at all. To keep the same note is the most smoothest possible voice leading, to not move. And then the next best thing is to move a little bit. So the more you move, the more prominent that motion will be. So this is very smooth. You've just associated these two chords with each other, and it sounds like smooth motion because the voice leading is smooth. Are the colors the same? Not at all. But you are pairing those colors together because I'm associating them together very closely through the voice leading. That's how it works.
I need to show you how I would resolve this when you first played it.
And now I just resolved this F that you wanted to resolve into here. I just resolved it out to F going to an E.
Right? Listen to this. Keep the C, right? Keep the E and the C and just move the bottom two voices down to E and G sharp.
E and C?
As a suspension, right? Like this, then... Without the... You can also do this, right? But I would do... which is... Right?
Oh.
So it's just E and... so both go down. Maybe you can do it however, right? You can do it how you did it.
Yeah, there's all different ways. I need to turn you up just a little bit.
How I would have resolved it in the first place, because my classically trained mind always wants to throw the 5/1 here. Is this... Right?
Yeah, the F going up is just cultural and historic bias.
No, going down, put him into the D minor 7.
Yeah, like this, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Then.
Yeah, that's a very classic motion, but it's not the only motion, and I think the other motions are just as viable. That's my argument.
Very much,
that's my basis for we should not be analyzing like this. When it comes to like the general, what is the standard, like everyone analyzes music like this, regardless of genre. as a good starting place. And then maybe you have situational like things where you're like, well, this is more helpful in these circumstances to analyze like this, or whatever optimization you might do.
Where are we
but
getting this note from? From this mode. Oh, that makes sense. So now we can go to this direction
Sure.
in a way, right?
What scale are we hearing? Like, where's the tritone? By the way, the most important part of a scale is where the tritone is, because the fifth is the second most clean interval. So it's the only interval, is the purest interval that requires two separate pitch classes to be expressed, and it's the second one in the harmonic series. So if I have something that's a tritone, it's the most dissonant thing that you run into when you're going around the circle of fifths. When you create the diatonic scale, where the diatonic scale comes from is for the rotation in fifths. So so the tritone is the most probably identifiable tension that you will hear, which is why the dominant chord is so. It's this. It's the tension in the tritone that is so just captivating about the dominant chord. And it's really smooth because it still belongs in the scale. It is literally born out of the scale notes. There's nothing that we're changing. So we're actually within the bounds of this major scale, which is one of the diatonic major scale, is the most purest possible scale there is, just objectively. And so this, being born out of it is the only tension we find in it that resolves into something that is literally the most purest possible, like, scale chord from a scale.
That makes sense.
That's why dominant is so everywhere. It's because of this. It's literally objectively the most smoothest motion of the most native tension into the most purest possible harmony. It's like if we had to optimize for those things, this is the most optimal possible way you could do it. Objectively, it is the most So that is why it's everywhere in Western music, is because we were looking for something that would optimize that way, or we just happened to land upon it after listening or whatever, intuitively potentially. But it would make sense to happen even intuitively, because this is literally how we hear music.
They don't rule each other out. Both of these arguments, it is like
whether you arrive at this conclusion, it's objective conclusion. Whether you intuitively figure that out and think this sounds right, this seems right, it's because it's literally we're the barometer that we're just. We are so blinded by it. Theoretically, in a way, right? Like I would think more in the functional harmony usually than now, probably, because it just makes more sense thinking in that color. I think function can be a way is about relationships of chords to each other.
Yeah.
So motion of voicing is just as is the same as motion. So if you move in fifths, you are making really big motion. That is very very noticeable. It's very prominent motion, so it's going to be noticed. It's going to feel like a jump. But the color is the most closest possible color. Also, that's the other part of dominant harmony, is that they are the closest possible colors to each other while being the smoothest possible motion as well. So this chord versus going to this chord. The only motion is E flat to D. That's the most prominent part. And then tension layers is like what we're getting. So then we look at tension. What are the most dissonant intervals versus the least dissonant intervals? And that tells us which members are like the most prominent.
Yeah.
As well. So there's this was something I was just thinking a lot about. Motion shapes perception for sure. What did I write here? Where are things? Where things something vertically.
Where things
slot vertically, I think is what I wrote. Slot vertically does not decide which notes carry over in our head versus which get replaced. Is
in form of a new color?
In
Maybe?
favor.
In favor of new color. Yeah, makes sense.
So basically, that's the question: is how do we know when a note's been replaced versus not? So like, when is a note clashing and changing the scale versus it is now it's just another note of the current scale? That is the real kind of question, basically.
I mean, that's where functional harmony keeps you in that scale, no?
Yes. So functional harmony is just modal rotation. It's using chords that are only in the different modes of the scale that you're in. So you might choose a scale and you only rotate through the different modes of that scale to get your different chords.
But it's also hard to see then when do we like transpose to a new so-called key center, right? Because you're like at some point getting so far away, it's really, really hard to keep up in that way. So in some parts, if it's
so chords might so that's a really good that's really the meat of the question here is you have a like what scale are you hearing if you don't have all the scale notes? How do you decide which notes we fill in and which notes we don't? So that's something I've been working on, is like the tier list of like, okay, the major scale is going to be the most pure scale. So therefore, if we have no information, we fill in that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we technically fill in Mixolydian, but like if we went with harmonic series, but I honestly think because the major
your
scale
overlay,
is the most
by the way,
pure,
it looks so good. It looks so great.
What?
Sorry, the overlay that you keep the pedal down and then
yes,
the
isn't that
notes,
awesome? I can point at other notes in reference and then like do like I realized this at one point. I was holding the pedal. I was like, wait, it's holding the letters for me. That's so good. Beautiful. Isn't that great? Yeah, I love it.
So too.
And what I didn't, I don't know if you were here at the beginning, but basically, if I move the cam over, it's not following right now. Let me have it follow for a second. So right here, you see the piano. You see this? That is sitting on the piano. So
the camera's moving. What the hell?
If I move the piano,
wait, really?
It stays lined up.
Wow,
because it's on the piano, not on the ground. I don't have to line it up ever again.
Setup. That's nice.
Isn't that great?
That's nice. Yeah, that's
it
very
unplugged because I moved it. Oh my god, what is happening?
I gotta stop geeking about the setup for
Just kidding. There we go. So then if I move the piano, because I'm like, I need to move the piano. Look at the piano reference. Nothing happens.
It's nice.
I had so many headaches of having to move the tripod to try to make it line up perfectly with the piano keys. It was a nightmare before. I'd spend like 5 to 10 minutes just fixing it because maybe my dog runs by the tripod and then like my fucking whole thing is ruined, which he's fine. I'm okay with him. But it's like, I was like, I don't want to deal with that. How do I solve it so that, if my dog's running by or something, it doesn't ruin like me pixel perfect trying to line up this particular thing here, which it works on all keys. It's like I've got it perfect, basically.
It looks really good. It's really
every note is just perfectly lined up.
I mean, to be honest, that's why going back to the thing we talked about. I mean, key centers take the ionic scale for granted, right? Which makes sense, just from a objective standpoint, in a way, right?
Yeah.
But, and then if you move in those in different modes, if you change the mode of something, right, introduce a half step from somewhere, the functional theory breaks down because you have to start borrowing from minor or something to get that
and then you say, it's non-chord tones. It's just a non-chord tone. It's like, how does that help me understand how this non-chord tone affects the music?
Yeah. Exactly, or like
it's just there,
like
just mark that it's there,
or something.
Just mark that it's there, and then I don't know.
Doesn't
it's
matter.
just there. We don't care about that. It's like, what do you mean? This is the most like. This is how I move on from something so fucking basic as this. How do I move on from this to something different? To all the other flavors of music. There's so much flavors of music. How do I move on? It's just you're just locked in this cage. I feel like, I love how
you lock yourself in the cage of the current key signature in a way, right? It's like the
Yeah.
thing.
Well, I just
You
love how
can't
Adam
move on from there.
nearly talks about how it's archaic. That's great. I would love to see him talk about how he does theory.
I think he does. I think he also has educational stuff on his, like, for sale.
I imagine he does, I'm sure. Analysis?
Basically all of his... Yeah,
Correct music analysis. Ooh.
Q&A. That's a Q&A, so I loved to watch them back in the
Explain
day.
how we hear music. Ooh, that could be a fun topic. We could just jump into that, honestly. Since we're kind of getting carried away to this topic. I mean, we were going to talk about AI, but we can do it a little later. So
I mean, he's doing Q&As, right?
He's doing what?
Q&A. This is like a question and answer video of him. It's going to be multiple questions and multiple answers, for sure.
Sure.
But musical analysis Q&A, so that makes sense.
But I like the question that was highlighted here is like, how do we hear music? Like,
question and answer time. I'm your host, Adam Neely. I'm here answering all of your questions about bass and music in general. So let's get started.
And answer time with Adam Neely.
Alice CDE writes, Dear Adam, thank you for explaining all things music here. I have a question for you. Could you please explain the chords in Satie's Premier Gymnopédie for a music theory newbie? I'm trying to learn the piece and having the hardest time remembering the left hand. Thanks again and all the best. All right, so we're just going to take a look at the first couple.
Say again.
That's a perfect pick for easy music theory analysis on a very short time budget. It's very simple. That's very nice as well.
Like the 10 minutes here, or what are you talking about?
No, the Gymnopédie #1 by Erik Satie. I was reacting to the video.
Oh, yeah. Like, this is a good example of, like, looking at theory or analysis, like... topic.
Yeah, pretty, like, it's very, very simple, right? The beginning is just two chords and bum, 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 right?
I'm trying to learn the piece and having the hardest time remembering the left hand. Thanks again and all the best. All right, so we're just going to take a look at the first couple of chords from the first Gymnopédie by Erik Satie. They form what's called a vamp, or if you're going to be super fancy, a harmonic oscillation. There's not a lot of forward progress in this chord progression. There's not a lot of cadential motion. The two chords are just kind of there. Those chords are G major 7 and D major 7. Let's first check out this G major 7. The pinky first grabs the bass note G and then jumps up.
Because the F sharp stays the third. You can do in G major 9, you would have a D major on top anyway.
Okay, let's just, sorry, I'm trying to think. Okay, so we got, actually, I'm just going to do this.
That's nice.
Like that. Like this. I only need this much room to write. And I can always zoom in. Whereas zooming in on videos is harder, so I'm just going to put this here. Let me see if there's... Okay, so we have a... Yeah, we'll just do the bass clef. So you have a G, F sharp, C sharp. So you have a G, B, D, F sharp. So yeah, that's the G. This is the major. So if harmonic is in my way, yeah, this is just going to be G major. Because it's all... So that's the cool thing about this also. I can go, it follows G major. Isn't that nice? So I love being able to leave notes on and add notes. So yeah, G, so this would be the Ionian. G Ionian 7.
No? Yeah.
Yep.
Next one is going to be...
And then we have
the Ionian 7.
D, A, C, F sharp. F sharp, A, C.
C sharp, not C.
Oh, sorry.
Like I said, D Ionian 7. It's gonna be the same.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. So wait. Yeah, so yeah. That's a 7. D Ionian 7.
Have a B minor triad. Except you're not going to hear it as a B
this
minor
one.
triad. You're going to hear it within the context.
Oh, this is the. And then,
Yeah, exactly that one. It's just pedal back and forth.
Yeah, the D.
It's just again D. Yeah. And the voice leading is so nice as well. It's just 2 voices moving in the middle, right, and the bass moving from G to D. It's so simple, but so nice. The F sharp on top stays as well. It's always this note that like hovers above and stays, not the same in quality, but keeps us where we are in a way.
Yeah, this.
And now we go to F minor after.
Yeah, that's kind of like. Yeah, it's like it's interesting. Yeah, I'd love to. Let me see what he
Next
says
to the
about
G
this.
that you just played and hear it as a full
then there's a
G
B.
major 7 chord. What this means is technically, yeah, you could analyze it as G followed by B minor, but that's not how you're hearing it. And music theory and music analysis is all about understanding how we hear things and how we feel things, and this is important.
Yes.
Let's just listen to this G major 7 a
1000%.
couple of times. Pay close attention to what note sounds the most resolved or at peace or at home. Chances are it's that low G, right? This piece, the gymnopédie, starts on the G major.
I would say that's a great question. Which note feels the most resolved? I would say D is the most stable note in the chord.
Are you sure? Because that's not harmonic, not just harmonic context. Because in this case, you know the D follows.
No,
and it's
just
like the
in
root of the
this
next.
chord.
It's also
D
the
is the
common
most
note.
stable note because it creates the least tension in the chord. If I take it away,
No, the prime creates the least tension in the chord. The root, right?
that's
In a
where
way.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean,
I don't know if I agree
from
with
the
that.
root. I mean, where do you get the dissonances from? They always respect the root, right? Like if you write 7, you always say.
Root has nothing to do with the tension. It just has to do with if you were to put everything in close position and then find. Yeah, root has nothing to do with tension because you could have. Oh, so you're saying. Oh, okay. So you're saying like because then if you resolve everything and you leave the root, it'll be the bottom note in that result. But just because it's the bottom note in the resolved version doesn't make it the least. It doesn't mean it creates the least tension in the chord because I would say, how do you know what creates the most tension in the chord?
The most
Which
tension is the
note
7.
creates the most dissonant intervals in the harmony in the chord. It's about that.
Between the root and the 7, yes. But is the root the dissonant note or the 7?
Well, if I take away the G and I put the G back, the G creates more tension than the D does. You see what I mean? Dissonance-wise,
Yeah.
like if we agree that when you hear a chord, the dissonance is the thing that pops out the most, and then you work backwards from that to the most pure intervals. I do think this is pretty much as objective as we can get with what we hear, right? We're going to hear the dissonances. The dissonances are the spice that overpowers everything else. If there's spice in your food, you're going to taste the spice more than the things that are not spicy.
Okay, if we're going to stable, right? We're thinking about stable note, like note members of that chord, right? Are we? So the F sharp is the unstable chord, but the G does not want to move away in any sense, does it? It is the most. I mean, it's not the least dissonant interval because the interval there is 7, but the root note is still.
I think you're confusing root and bass. Bass is going to be the most stable note because we hear from the bass going up, so we assume the bass to be the most. The bass is the most prominent, bold, like high opacity member of
In this
the
case, it is
music
the root,
because it's
though,
the
no?
bottom note, and we hear everything. The harmonic series goes up from the bottom, so we always hear everything from the bottom. That's for sure. But just because the bass, the root happens to be the bass here, doesn't make the root serve the same role the bass does. That's basically my whole entire argument, is that the root and the bass are the root is way less, the bass is way more important than the root, basically, is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course.
That's my
of
claim.
course. Of course. But even if the bass is different, would the other notes be...
Sure, let's do that. Let's explore that. And again, I'm not claiming that where I'm exploring the theory right now, like with all my like questions and things, I'm not claiming that I know this is going to lead to something astronomically world-breaking and it's going to change everyone's whatever. I don't know what the answers are. I'm just asking the questions that fall in my lap, and I go like, hey, I don't know if I like the answers that I'm
questioning your questions,
so far.
right? It's like
that's fine too. Yeah, that's fine. Let's explore. Okay, great idea. Let's invert the chord and see what happens. Okay, let's just do the first inversion, right? Okay, so let me do it up here. By the way, how does the piano sound to the mic? Does that sound good? It's okay.
It's fine.
Could it be louder?
Yeah, I can hear it. Could be better for sure.
Could be louder.
Is it what people hear on stream?
I don't know. Is that better?
I mean, it sounds good. It sounds fine. I can hear everything you're playing for sure.
Maybe. I mean, I am listening to my own. That's the thing. These are not like fully non-transparent, so I'm gonna. Maybe
Interesting. Yeah. No. I mean, listening to it, I don't feel like the G is stable in that sense, is it? It feels so.
So is the roots the most stable member?
Probably not.
I would say no. So what is the most stable member now? Do you think the B? It happens to be the bass right now. Mm-hmm. Why? Because you're hearing from the bass going up.
Yeah, exactly.
Now let's invert again.
I just realized it as well, right? Like when you played the inversion.
Yeah.
When you played the inversion, I was instantly okay. Yeah, okay.
What about now?
I hear it.
Interesting. You hear the B now still. But
Maybe
is that because we heard
stuck.
the other chord before? What if I do this?
I think.
And now I play
the D. The D does feel.
So I think this is the role of the D.
Would make sense because it is the least dissonant interval. It would make sense that the least tension created between notes would make it the most stable chord member.
That's exactly what I think.
That's fucking insane. But it's so
That's
cool.
what I think. So I think when we go back to this chord,
what if you have a straight
the
without
D
7,
and F sharp create the most tension in the chord. The most dissonance is D and F sharp. Then we can check the other notes. Let's check B. B creates a major third. Mm-hmm. I mean, we do hear things up. I don't know, like... I mean, yeah, I would say yeah. So then major third for the B and the perfect fifth. So we get a major third for the B. So B has major third, the most tense interval. Okay, what about the D? It creates the minor third. So the D actually would create the more tension because it's minor third. I think minor is more tension. I just need to always have this as a reference. I always forget.
These 2-5 relationships, I'm not even gonna lie. I've never looked at the
inner me neither.
At the B and F sharp and see, oh, that's a 5, and also
I've been looking at those things, and it's been helping me understand so much about voice leading as well, and how things resolve and how that affects like leaving a note behind. And it's just, this is the entire, and that's the thing. Roman numeral is telling you which members are closer to the root, and so it's assuming that the root has the role that we assume. Like, what role does the root actually play is basically the question on the table right now. I think that's the, I have basically the root on the stand, and we are now judging the root on like, are you really, what you say you are?
Yeah.
Were you there that night? Like, do you have a alibi for this for that day on that night.
I feel like it really like this, like going from what is the most stable chord, like note of the chord. I mean, if you say that's a D chord, but it's
it'd be B.
Yeah,
B is the most stable.
I would say if we just if we take the 7 away in this case, right? Just do G major, we would hear G as the most stable chord member.
Yes,
no?
But when I change to this,
exactly,
B becomes the most
because
stable.
it is the least dissonant.
It's the member that creates the least dissonance in the harmony. Yes.
Yeah. That's cool. That's fucking insane. No.
So you might as well say B's the root then.
I wouldn't know. No, I would not.
Well, let's look. Let's actually look. What if we keep inverting the chord? Does B stay the most stable member? Let's look, because inversions usually don't change anything. So it should, right? In theory, it should. So okay, so B is the most stable here. Now what if we do this? So if we check D, so F sharp and G are always going to create tension because they're dissonant. If you invert a dissonant interval, you keep the same type. It's still dissonant. So we're never going to compare those. We're just going to compare B and D to each other, right? So the D creates a minor third, a major third, and a fourth. So major third and minor third. So D still creates a minor third.
But the B creates a 5 with the
B creates a minor third as well. They create a minor third with each other, and the minor sixth. Minor sixth versus minor third. Yeah, this major third converting into a minor sixth. That's the whole major minor that I'm unsure on. My jury's still out on that. On like which one's more pure. I think the sixths are less pure than the thirds. I do think so.
I would think so too. The first time it comes up in the harmonic series is as a third.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Wait, hold on. What about the adjacent intervals in the harmonic series? Well, they are. What about across? No, you get the major 6 before if you look at... So if you actually look around... oh my god. Hold on.
But you get the G as well, no? You
get a major 6 before you get a major, bro. Because
just from the bottom up, no, because the first note is a G. Like the first note is the
C, C,
C,
G, C.
Yeah.
And then E. The E
is next to C, and the bottom note is the C.
Is a major third, but it's also a major 6.
It's both at the same time.
So okay, so you get both here, but you probably hear the G more likely. The lower you are in the harmonic series, the more likely you hear those notes, right? Like they're really out there, right? You're barely gonna hear these things. But I would assume that you would prioritize earlier members over later members in general, right? So you check every note against the most recent one first. So the 12th, if you will, is purer than the 5th. Would that be fair to say? 1 to 3 ratio is clearer than 2 to 3 ratio.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that.
So then it's 1 to 2, then it's 1 to 3, right? Then it's 2 to 3. That's our third best interval. Okay. Dude, this means we can talk about open position with purity as well. Because how often do you hear like this? You know, you hear these chords that are open, right? Like the open position, the classic open position. How often do you hear that? And it's like, what's more dissonant there? This answers those questions across octaves because harmonic series is across octaves. I mean, let's just explore it. Okay, so then next note is another C, which we already have the octave. We already have the double octave. Then we have the fourth. Yeah, there's nothing else left, right? So the fourth is next. 3 to 4 is next. Okay, but then things get complicated. So then... I'm just going to circle 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we have the E. So the E with the earliest member is a 10th, right? So 1 against 5, technically.
5
would be
4
would be like a
no?
10th.
Oh yeah, 5 against 4. No, that would be
Then
the most sensible.
because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 against 5 is the purest version with the E. The next purest is 10th, right? So technically, what is that? Plus 7, 17. So 17, then 10, then 6th. So maybe major 6th is clearer than major 3rd?
I would argue against it.
Dude. This, you know what's crazy? I remember when I took music theory, and it like icked me when I was told that the major 6 is actually an inversion of a minor 3rd, and that it's like smaller, like that it's like, I heard no, I remember major 6 and being like, oh, it sounds like minor. Maybe not. I don't remember. Trying to remember, because there was something that bothered me.
Ionic major scale, right? I mean, it comes from like, if you do A minor, it's an A minor chord, and if you flip it, you have the C in the bass. You would still think, oh, this is an A minor chord, but in truth, it is a. I mean, it would be like a C chord, thinking about it how we do now in a way, right? Just a C6. I mean, I get how that would bother me. Yeah.
Great idea. Let's check. I just had a great idea. What about C, E, A? What's the most stable member? Is it the?
I would say the C. I would say the C. To be honest.
You know what that means? That means the 6th is more stable than the major 3rd. Because if it wasn't, the E would be more stable than the C.
Let me think.
You just said it was C. Which, if we go back to how we analyzed earlier, the C in this chord is creating a major 3rd and a... Oh, wait. It creates both.
I was going to say.
But the... Yeah. It creates major 3rd, major 6th. But then the E creates only the major 3rd, but does not create the major 6. And the major 6 is more stable. Otherwise, if it was less stable, then the E would be more stable. Remember. I'm going to go grab like a restaurant or something.
Yeah,
you think about it.
Let me
think on it. I think Joel is back.
Oh, that's big. That's good. Mind blown. I would be down to Joel. Although, wait, no. I misread it. Time. Back. I thought about
I'm
it.
back. What's your rebuttal, good sir?
My rebuttal is, so the C was the most stable member of the chord, I would say. And the A, in my opinion, is the most unstable in that case. But they both create a 6, and I was thinking, wait, how do I combine this, right?
Okay,
and
so the
then I was
A, it creates a 4th, and it creates the major 3rd again. No, it creates the major 6. So so that makes sense. Oh, but it has the perfect 4. But it's whatever's the most unstable of the things it creates that is going to pop. So whatever the most unstable interval that the note creates of all its intervals is going to be the one that we look at. So in this case, it would be major 6 for here, major 3rd here, and major I guess major 3rd here. And then if there's a tie, we look at the next thing.
But wouldn't that 6 also conclude that the major 3rd is more stable?
So the A would be the most stable.
I would think the A is the least stable, right? Like, that's what I hear.
I'm trying to think what I would do to hear, so you can hear the A is most stable.
Like, go down, I don't know, to G or some shit.
Okay, what would be the next? So what are we arguing against? That is arguing against the C. C against... Wait, A against... Okay, so A against C, right? Which one's more stable? Let's take out the A. Let's take out the C. Well, then we get a perfect 4. Actually, that's a better... We can look at it that way. And then if we take out the A, we get a 3rd, which... I mean, by definition here, a major 3rd is going to be less pure than a perfect 4th. So you just lose there, I think.
But it also has the 6, so it has 2 in a way, right? But they both interact with 6. It's like...
Well, what is the note contributing is the question. Right? If you take the note out, what are you left with? Because there are overlapping intervals between the notes. So when you take out the note that it's... oh my god, it's so complicated. So if you have a note because we're looking at all the intervals, but they include all of the other notes.
Right.
So if you take out the most dissonant member, you would have to look at what's left.
I think we also need to look at timbre while we do this, because every time you press that C, it's always gonna put that harmonic series above it. It's like we will have
I'm not doing that. I'm not going through the entire harmonic series and looking at where they overlap and don't. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's a ridiculous ask. Because you're not hearing those intervals. I think it's fair to look at the harmonic series and be like, what are the most pure intervals and what are the least pure intervals? But I think it's an absurd... I think you're really starting to just reach if you're like... I mean, you could... But it's like, I don't think it's going to help you write. I think it's so
they play octaves
remote.
On piano as well, don't they?
Right? Oh yeah, like piano's timbre. Oh yeah, sure. So yeah, if we want to dive like super down the hole, if you want to go to the next level into the C, like off the deep end, we would need
to use sine waves to actually get the sounds
we would look at like the sine waves and saw waves and all that stuff. I can't. No, I don't know that stuff at all. There's no way I could talk about that. Zero chance. Okay. I'm sorry. But if I find someone who can, I would love to have them on, and sure, we could have that.
I would love to hear that as well. I mean, I think I think there's more contributing in timbre than you think.
Yeah.
Because not just like pianos have strings set in octaves, right? If you hit the string, you're not hitting a singular frequency. You're hitting 3, I think, right?
Oh yeah, the like attack versus the like something, and then the other part.
No, look at how piano.
I know what you're talking
works,
about.
Right?
I know what you're talking about.
Right, it is in different octaves, so it's like that's a timbre we get from a piano, and it's always going to be these notes, right? Which would mean
piano. There's like it's called the strike tone versus other stuff. So there's like strike tone. When struck is the dominant note perceived immediately by the human ear. It is also known as the primal fundamental. God, there's such a mess because fundamental usually means the lowest frequency, but it's not it might not be the lowest frequency. It's such a weed. There's so many weeds everywhere. Anyway, however, in like consensus on like everything, however, an analysis of the Bell's frequency spectrum reveals the fundamental only exists weakly, and its dominance is a human perception of a note built up by the complex series of harmonics that are generated. The correct and accurate harmonic tuning is therefore important in creating a good strike tone. So strike tone, because in piano there's also I forget like what the major third and perfect fifth and a second. So yeah, so you're like what it. So where your tension comes from might be different rules depending on what overtones are present.
I would argue that is definitely part of it.
Okay, so you can look at the overtone series, overtone, not necessarily harmonic, overtone series of an instrument, and then look at what intervals are there, just like we did here. And then like undo this. This is too big. Hold on. And then we can like be like, okay, which intervals will contribute to dissonance the most and the least, depending on the harmonic series or the overtone series of that instrument. And then please don't ask me how that would interact with between instruments that have different series.
If you stack two major thirds on top of each other, if you stack two major thirds on top of each other, you would think it sounds stable, but it's not because it's augmented.
Well,
right?
because you're looking at the outer notes are going to have an augmented interval. Yeah. That's why we're looking at all the intervals between all the notes.
I mean, you have a sixth and a third, right? It's just sixths and thirds. Why does it sound so?
No, because we have to look at every interval to every. That's why there's two intervals in a 3-note group. Because we have to look at all of them, not just adjacent ones.
Write out an augmented chord. I would like you to look at an augmented chord.
Okay.
Truly.
C major?
I can't follow. Yeah, just C augmented, yeah. C, G sharp.
B double sharp, right? Is that what we're looking at? Well, B double sharp.
The triad, to be honest.
Just the triad. Okay, great. So now let's look at it. Okay, so C gives us a major third and in a tritone, because augmented diminished doesn't matter. It's just tritone. That's the term.
Is it? No, it's not tritone. It's a major. It's a minor.
Oh, sorry.
Sixth or major
third. Minor sixth. Okay, minor sixth. Oh, this is a good example because it's technically a minor sixth.
Yeah.
But why in this context it creates this? That's a really good idea. We should talk about that. I love it. I love this. Okay, so C creates major third. Great. Okay, let's research this, man. It's
only
great.
sixths and thirds.
Okay, so that's it. We have a minor six, which is more dissonant than a major six. Wait, let's go back to that series for just a second. Okay, so we had major six between the C, the G, and the E, and then we had major third, right?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, it's perfect one, perfect octave, because we're going to need this rubric really bad here in a second. God damn it! I just wanted to. Do I have to line it up like this? I do. Okay, so perfect octave. Then perfect 12, then perfect 5, then perfect 4, then major 6. That's at least current theory. Then major third. Then what happens? Was there anything else with the E? No, there wasn't. Well, there's the fucking.
Next
okay,
one is F sharp,
let's do all of them. Let's fucking do all of them. Perfect 17, perfect 10, per major 6. It's gonna be a fucking crazy list, but I want it. I just want it. So I now have to do it again. Okay, okay. Then we had G. Wait, so then we have a G again. Which, is there anything with the G from before? No, that's octave.
The harmonic series, in the harmonic series now goes to F sharp G, you know? It does like low F sharp to a G. So it's a... No, it's not. It's E, G, yeah, true. E, G, then
that's for sure, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then B flat.
Then 7, yeah, exactly. Then
Which,
back to
yes, there's the whole like sense thing, but we're just gonna average everything for now. We're just,
yeah.
you know, because we are using tempered for
True.
that's like
It's
piano
7 and then
music.
it's
Like we have to.
seven and
There's
it's-
always gonna be something we have to assume a little bit. Like it's like if you're in science class, you're not going to be able to account for like the water level elevation, like that's contributing to like a science experiment, like where we are
approximating it
compared to
is
sea level.
more than
Like,
enough.
bruh, what the weather it is today, it's fine. We don't need it that detailed, but there are things we can explore within reasonable tracking. I
What's
don't know.
then G, B flat.
Well, because those nuances
C,
are gonna.
D, E, F sharp.
So those nuances are going to affect things less and less and less the more nuance we get. So I want to work from like least nuance to most nuance, like whatever stuff, which is what this kind of conversation really is about. Is you want the theory to start with the most macro things and work down towards the things that affect things on a more nuanced level, so that you can hit everything, so that everyone feels like everything's been addressed, you know, without being like, oh yeah, we don't care about that because we're just respecting this stuff. No, I want to get everything, but I want to do it in an order of what is going to affect the sound that you hear and everything, you know, the most, and then towards the least, or towards the most, maybe situationally nuanced. So the G, so what else does the G create now? It creates this, what is this called? So 7, 15, 19. Okay, so then it's like perfect 19, and then we still have the 12th. We already have the 12th. And then octave. We already have octave.
5.
We already have 5. So the next thing is minor third.
Oh, true. Nice.
So it goes major 6, major third, minor third so far. If we're going down the list like this.
yeah,
then we
true,
have B
because
flat.
if you view from the bottom, yeah, that makes sense.
If we're viewing everything for the bottom, because the bottom parts are heard more than the top parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Not just
yeah,
the adjacent,
yeah,
looking at
exactly.
everything. And that's what we're going to do with the augmented triad as well in a second. So then B flat. So, okay, so let's just keep entertaining this. So then we have the 19 against the G, and then the 21. So this is a minor 21, technically.
Is it a 21 or 22? Wait, 8,
2 notes
16.
higher than the G. 19 was
16, 17,
to the G. This is 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
That's
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 11, 12.
20.
This is a 21, technically. C2 to B flat 4. Okay, I'm just gonna go on.
Yep.
So then C to B flat, that's 7 less than that, so that's gonna be 14.
Perfect 24.
Minor
I think,
14.
after. Minor 14, yeah. Well, we get a lot of stuff now, don't we?
Then we get a 7th.
Yeah.
Then we get the minor 7. Interesting. Before we get the minor 6. Really? That's kind of
We have the
wild.
minor 10th already. We don't have the minor 10th already. It came before, no? With the G.
Minor
I mean,
10th?
yeah.
Oh, it was a
You have a
it was a
G
major
before.
10. Sorry, I don't know why I put perfect. Major 10. 17 is a major 10 as well. Major 17. This is wild. And then what? Oh,
It's
G.
C up top. Right?
Wait, the minor 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, the minor
That's what
I
I'm
totally,
saying.
you're right. So then yeah, the minor 10 first.
Oh, we get a tritone already.
And then we get minor 7.
Minor
And
7,
then we get
and
the
then
tritone. This is where the tritone sits. And then we get minor 3rd.
So that will be.
No, we already have minor 3rd. Yeah, we already have minor 3rd. It's over here.
Mhm.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, that's,
So, which actually does make sense. I would say the 7 is less dissonant than the tritone.
yeah.
I would say that's right. That's fair to what we actually hear, what I'm hearing. Okay, and then the G to B flat is already minor third, which we already have a minor third from before, from the E to G. And then we have the second. So the C at the top. Which would be 1, 2, 3, 4 octaves. 7, 28. Is that 28? 21, 22. 22. And we already have 2 octaves, which is 15, 17. Where? What the heck? Hold on. Did I do something wrong? 5th, 4th. Is that 17? Did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I wrote 17, but it's supposed to be 15. Okay.
Oh.
Perfect 15. Or wait.
15.
Yeah.
Sure. Did you count the first? Yeah.
What? I missed something. No, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No, it is major 17.
18.
Wait, so when do we get the 2 octaves?
What 17? I'm so
I didn't write it
confused. Why
out.
is it not 18? Why is it 17? That doesn't make sense to me. You
Because it's octave plus 7.
What?
Plus 9. It's a 10th. This is a 10th. Let me write in some grouping so we're not losing our fucking minds right now. Okay, so
That's still 8. Oh, what? Oh my god.
octave.
That's
The
a 10,
G.
so
The G gives us the 12th and the 5th. And then this new C, let's say this is C2 we're on, right? C3. So then we have a C3 giving us the octave. Then we have the G, the G3 giving us the 5th. Then we have the C4. So C4 gives us the perfect 4th, which is here. Then we have the E, which, hold on. I didn't write in one. I didn't write one in. I should have written in the 2 octaves as like, as an interval. If we're writing all those like extra intervals
wouldn't
that are
that
like
be 16?
2 octaves would be 15. Yeah, it's actually off by 1 because you only repeat the starting note once at the beginning.
True,
You never
yeah,
repeat it
my
again.
God.
So you're actually one
Shit,
less.
yeah,
Only one
because we
less
never-
for all octaves included. Not every
True,
octave is.
true,
Yeah, so that's
true.
what makes it weird. When I remember like realizing that, and that was really weird. And then I just kind of just memorized
Oh
it.
my
Yeah.
god, yeah.
Isn't that
yeah,
weird?
No, my confusion makes sense now. It is. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's weird though. I totally get
is.
that. I totally get that. Yeah.
It's like you think an octave is 8, and then you're like,
Yeah,
okay,
and then you
8,
go, oh, it's
yeah.
8, 16, 24. Obviously, no, it's 8, 15,
It's
23,
not. Oh my
you know, and then you keep
God,
adding
yeah.
7, 30.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, you always
yeah.
add 7 more notes.
Yep.
Is it really 22 for... So then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, it is always plus 7 because you never recount that. That's the whole... Have you ever seen the joke of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
Oh god, no, I have not.
Count your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Why isn't it 20?
I don't know. I guess
Because we counted the starting note twice, but we didn't count the other side twice.
All the thumbs count as half fingers. That just makes sense.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I didn't repeat the end when I counted twice. I didn't count the pinky twice, which I should, but I'm bouncing off of it, so it seems like it's the same thing with this. That's the same thing here. That's what makes it sound like an odd number for an even interval, if you will. So this was the C4. And then this is the E4. Okay. And then this is the G4. Is all this. And then the B flat 4. B flat 4 still. Yeah, it's still 4. Is that right? B flat? Yeah, because it's octave 22. Minor 14. Minor 10. Minor 7. Tritone. And we already have minor 3. It already exists. And then... we have the P22, which is the next C, C5. And then we have a D, right? D5. Right? It goes to D. Whole steps after this, right?
Yeah, it goes to the D, yeah.
We're getting so fucking crazy nerdy. This is insane.
Yeah, truly.
So so major 23.
Then
That's your 16. Major 16. One more than the octave, the double octave. And then, ooh, we get a perfect. Supposedly, actually, if you checked all the cents, you probably would start to. Maybe these are all wrong. No, it's all under the tempered.
Sure.
I mean, I guess it's fine. It's not a big deal.
I mean, yeah, if you checked it, you would be very wrong now. If you listen to them next to each other, they would sound entirely different.
So if
Like,
you listen
even
to
the
all
first
these intros
five.
we just marked, you would not get what we're getting now.
It's like it's close, right? But it's definitely far enough away that you can very clearly hear it if you hear like an actual harmonic series, right?
Yeah,
It's
so
like-
so the margin for error here is just what we have to accept right now, right?
Right now it's
For
still
now.
okay, right? The 5 is still like the F
Like-
sharp is gonna be already very bad, right?
Well, the
F
question
sharp is
here,
really-
this G against D up here, against the harmonic series here, is that going to be as clear as C to G here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would be. I'm pretty
It would
sure.
be? Really?
I mean, like just from the it
have
is a ratio, right?
huge
The ratio
doubts on
will
that
be
one.
the same. I'm pretty sure the ratio is gonna be like very much the same
If we're-
in harmonic series.
But the
Right,
harmonic
from
series
the-
is relative tuning. So really these offsets wouldn't be different between the 1 and the third member versus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 versus 4 against 9. Oh my god, now
Yeah.
we have to have terminology for which harmonic member we are talking about. So 4th harmonic member against the 9th harmonic member is supposed to be the same as 1st member against the 3rd member.
I mean, if you just take these out, if you put them into the context of the harmonic series, obviously they're not gonna be because they're not just that, right?
Right.
They're also gonna, right? That's what
Yeah.
we're naming. We're naming
We
the
just have to
relationship.
accept
Yeah.
that for now. Like we can't account for this right now. There's no way. It's just too crazy.
It's very.
I mean, we could
it's like-
go into that. We could totally dive deep into this, but
You could just look
yeah.
at a harmonic series and you could get the intervals, right? But you wouldn't get ratios. You would see the ratios and you could calculate the ratios from.
well,
the
we could
harmonic
listen
series
to
and
those
get the program.
intervals. We could do the including the sen differences and then listen to it and be like, is this actually
You remember
helpful
me?
to
I did that with the
explain what we hear?
synthesizers. You remember that? I was
Yeah.
like, oh, what is this? But I was very much not that deep in like, okay, this has to be an M17 or something. But I was like, still in this like root position thinking, saying, okay, in this, how do I get the sen number of the 7 to be like the harmonic 7 in a way, right? Or the harmonic major third. I don't know if that's the
Yeah.
just intonation, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's very, I don't know, it's very finicky, right? It's like that's how not how our piano is tuned right now, and that's why we can't really. It's really hard to get there, but you can with programs for sure. Like it can definitely go that way.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So let's see. Okay. Shall we keep going? Because I want to at least get all of the classic major second, minor second, major second, minor third measures. I want to get all of those ducks in a row at the very least. That was the whole point of going through this nightmare.
Wow.
So we have this 23, major 16. That was the 12 that's already there. 9.
9. We don't have a 9.
Nope. And then that's a minor 7. We already have a minor 7.
We have a minor 7, yes, we do.
Perfect. 4, 5. Major fucking third. We already have major third. That's a weird sounding major third against this. Ooh.
It's a Mixolydian major
but
third.
that feels so good. Yeah, it's got that Mixolydian. This is the Mixolydian, like, oh yeah.
Yeah, that is like your Mixolydian right there, no? That's like how more Mixolydian can we get than this?
Yeah. Yeah.
We get the E in there, we already have an E.
So if you want the Mixolydian sound, you would want a, you know, those intervals, or like that would be where, I don't know. Fine, I'll resolve it. God damn it. Anyway. I know we're all thinking it. Can you resolve this damn thing already?
Yeah, put an E in there. You should put the E in there because it's already in there. Then it's full Mixolydian, right? Yeah, where does it want to go?
Oh, exactly. Does that feel so resonant though?
We're home.
Because it's very harmonically, like it's following the harmonic series as much as possible. We're hitting all the spots. Okay.
All the natural spots. Yeah. Exactly.
And then major second. Okay, that's when the major second comes in. Okay.
Yeah.
Did we get all of them? Minor second? No, we don't have minor second. When does the minor second? It comes later. Like, it's fine. At this point, it would be the next thing. So somewhere down the line, we'd get.
Yeah, I mean,
somewhere
we would get
down
a
the line, we'd get a minor
then
second.
a low F sharp, and then to the G. That would be the minor second, right?
But we already have everything else, right? Is this the last interval? What is it, 12-tone interval that we have left to cover? I think it is. Major second is here. Minor third is here. Major third, perfect 4, tritone, perfect 5, minor 6. Where's minor 6?
Major 6?
There is no minor 6 yet.
True. Did we get it from somewhere?
We do not have a minor 6 yet. Bro, minor 6 dissonant as fuck. Which I agree with. I'm okay with that.
Oh, wow. Okay, wait, what's to the...
Is that wild? Okay, so what are the notes here? I don't remember what happens next.
I found it. I found the minor 6. It comes with the F sharp from the B flat. But that's like weird because it's like so low.
Well, later. Where's the F sharp? The F sharp is way later. Okay, so C,
the F sharp
D
comes after the next E.
E,
right?
F sharp, right? Is that where we're going?
Exactly. F sharp, G.
So C, D. We already have minor 6. Then E. Then F sharp. That's when we get it with F sharp.
Yeah.
Oh, so we don't have minor second yet. So it's minor 6 first with the F sharp.
And then the minor second to the G, I think. Because it goes to
and then
G
F sharp
after.
to G is the minor second later. Cool. Sick.
I mean, that's like still just estimates, right? We would be somewhere else, I think. I think the octave would stay the same.
If you're doing
obviously.
relative tuning for everything, or you're just talking about, you're talking about the sense.
actual
But the
resonance.
sense of we're averaging everything down to like the non-scent, like tempered counts, right? Because we have to decide where either the non-tempered is what we're measuring from, or the tempered is where we're measuring from. But we have to choose one. We can't have both be the dependent the what is it? The whatever. When you have a like a experiment, you have something that doesn't change, and then you check something that you're going to affect and see how it changes compared to the thing that doesn't change.
This many hertz. This ratio in this. Like you can just do math and calculate it that way, right? Like it is. Like our well-tempered is it's also just guesstimating that in a way to fit all the. How do you say it? Octaves and fives and everything.
Yeah, there's
in
some
between.
math to that. There was a book that my friend had. That is a piano tuner, and he gave me that book at one point to borrow for a little bit, but I need to like see if I can get a hold of it again at some point. But it goes into depth, like how you would tune pianos, which would explain which would be the most useful way to look at how tempered pianos are like work, how the temper tuning works. What are we sacrificing?
Well-tempered is important because temperament is the temperament, right? It's like we have well-tempered. I'm sorry.
It's so much. Okay. Back to Earth. So the most dissonant interval after the minor second is a minor 6. Which is the... Wait, minor 6 is just a tritone. Is it not? We already have a tritone. No, it's between 4 and 5. Oh, so this is the next... Dude, tritone is less dissonant than major second.
Major second, yeah, and 9 as well.
And then
less dissonant than major
and
9,
whatever. Sure, right, 9 is just an octave addition. But then the major 6 is more dissonant than the major second. Versus minor 6 is more dissonant. I can hear that difference. I actually think, this is some crazy fucking discoveries we're getting here, or answers we're getting, and then minor second after that.
Yeah.
So so back to inversions. Let's go now. So if we take this and we go to inversions, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, let me write all this. Okay, so the answers were...
Oh my god.
This is so fun. I'm loving. This is what we do. I always talk about this. Artists, we are adventurers. We adventure.
We are adventuring and finding out about.
We are fucking adventuring right now. We are totally adventuring.
Like,
it's
we're
fun.
So nerding, bro. If my friends
This is what adventuring is.
If my friends saw me at 5 a.m. doing this, they would call me crazy. Actually, I woke up. I went sleep early for you, by the way. I knew that you were gonna stream, so I was like, I went to bed at like 10 to catch stream.
Yeah. Oh shit! Well, great. Thanks for being here.
Don't worry. It's fine. I just
so
wanted
1,
to mention it. I'm
8.
proud of myself.
That's great. Well, and also if you didn't make it, you could always watch the VOD. But I do love the questions you're asking. It leads us to such great discoveries. We're adventuring together. We're backpacking through the Arizona River, like fucking jungles right now.
I sometimes feel like my German directness comes off as really rude. I forget that a bit. It's like I mean, it's fine, right? But
no, you're fine, dude. You're fine. No, that's great.
I know. I think so too.
Well, that's the thing. I that's one of the 3 big reasons I started streaming, is because I feel like people need to see what a healthy conversation about music looks like, and one that isn't just, oh, we're tiptoeing around each other and we just say whatever is PC, and then we go our ways and say, hey, go you, do your thing, woo. It's like, I want to get into the I want adventure. You know, that's not an adventure. Let's like
talk about this.
Yeah. So directness is just as long as you're I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a long topic to talk about. How do you converse about this stuff without the problems that some people, the pitfalls that you can run into. That's a whole conversation. But I feel like I've got a I've got it kind of figured out how to do it. I'm not perfect at it, but I feel like I have enough of a pulse on it to kind of to like get those productive conversations, right? And not get canceled. I don't know.
Yeah, not get canceled makes sense. Not hurt other feelings, because, like, you don't want to attack their position. You just want to, like, I want to have
conversations where, when the person that had that conversation felt like they got something interesting out of it. It was an actual interesting, challenging conversation, in some way challenging, like, things that we think. Like, it's thought provoking in that sense. While also making the person feel like they want to come back for more later, rather than feeling like, oh, I've been disrespected, or I've been shoved around in ways I don't want to. Like, I don't know.
That's not the right way to not just teach but talk about music, right? In general.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people don't know how to talk about music without hurting other people, and so they just don't. They're just like, I guess I just won't, because I'm too scared of hurting somebody, and I don't want to. And a lot of people are sensitive. Artists are very sensitive. So you have to really, you have to care about this. Okay, major 6 is the first non-perfect interval in the list. It's the purest consonant interval we have.
I learned.
Then major 3rd.
We put it in 3 categories in Germany.
Yeah.
We have pure, then something
consonant,
like
and dissonant. There's 3 types. There's 3 types.
It's pure consonants, and what's the second
pure,
one in English?
Consonant, and dissonant. There's 3 types. That's the 3 types.
Okay, that's the 3 types. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the qualities are subcategories for that. After that, so there's actually 2 tiers when you analyze that stuff. Which that might actually be challenged right now, because who knows if inverting intervals actually excuse me as I try to.
I love that the camera is moving towards you to the right with you through your tissues.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's big. That's so cool.
It is really cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty immersive. It's okay. Yeah, I like it. I think it's fun. Okay, major 6, major 3rd, minor 3rd. I took a screenshot of the previous page, basically. Minor 7, tritone, major 2nd, minor 6, and then minor 2nd.
It's so insane that it's back there, but I see it.
Isn't that crazy? But it makes so much sense with what I hear. Like, when I go back to when I learned theory and I heard all these intervals and all these ways that we labeled it, it actually didn't make sense to me. But this makes way more sense to what I'm hearing. Like, actually, I'll be completely honest. Like, I'm going to go through them. I'll go up here.
I still feel the tritone is more dissonant, but it's like, is it though?
Versus? Okay, here's another angle. Maybe the tritone actually, because the ratios being clear or pure versus less pure is probably more important than how much we hear it, right? Because we were looking at how early, where it is in the harmonic series. Does that even help? I mean,
I don't know, right? It's like, I mean, it will sound very different, especially like already the first third is going to be very.
So we're really talking about recency of intervals. This is recency. This is okay. So this is, I think, not true. I think we could say this is not really completely pure to dissonant. I don't think that's true, but I do think this is this is objectively the order in which we hear how early in the series we hear the intervals. But maybe the idea, because I always thought the idea that the earlier the interval in the series is, the more pure it is. But maybe that's not true. I do agree this tritone versus this -6 sounds wrong. I don't think that's the right order for like most pure to least pure. It's only most pure to least pure if you go adjacent intervals between between the harmonic series notes only. So if you go 8, 5, 4, 3, minor 3, major second, minor second, if you do that. But the problem was the sixths. We're missing the inversions of the intervals. So I wanted to see where those inversions were. So what if we go by adjacent first and then check the inversion after? So let's go like this. So it would be 1, let me do red. 1, so then 5, 1, 8. So then it would be 5, then 4, then 3. The next adjacent one is a third, right? And then that gives us major 6.
We could also argue if we go to the -7, that could also be 2 in a way, right? The -7, right? That would give us 2 as well after with the next. But the tritone comes before that.
What was I thinking? I was thinking something. It was on the tip of my tongue. Major third. Sorry. Hold on. So the third. The adjacent intervals are more important. And we go by the adjacents first. So adjacent is here. The major third is here. Then the minor third. Then the major second, then the minor second. Okay, so the in-between ones, we need to figure out where they slot. Maybe if they're inversions of others, where the most earliest inversion of... So the most earliest inversion would be minor third to go into major 6. Right?
Yeah.
And then the next earliest would be a major second.
Would be 5-4, 4-5, no? As well? No, it's not. Yeah.
Well, those are inversions of each other. The 4 gives you the 5 back.
Yeah,
you already have the 5. Yeah. So this is actually the closest.
Yeah. Major third, yeah.
Then major third, minor third gives us the major 6th we already heard. We already hear. So you basically we're going in sequence of adjacent harmonics intervals.
Yeah. True.
And then seeing if the inversion already exists somewhere, but only listening to the adjacent ones first and then looking for inverted ones in the harmonic series. So the minor third it means that when we look around, we see that major 6 has already happened somewhere. So the minor third is, we hear the minor third and then like we go, oh, there's a major 6 already after.
And the same would then also hold true
because those are not adjacent ones. The non-adjacent ones are harder to, or less maybe like prominent in the something. So that's the working theory I have in my head.
So we do think in inversions a lot then, yeah. I mean,
maybe. Let's look at this major second, because I think the adjacent intervals are more important than those ratios, probably than the whatever.
Yeah. That would come in the major second could also be -7.
Minor 7. Right? There's our minor 7. Okay. So that means
in tritone, the tritone gives us a minor second.
Well, tritone is a tritone when you invert it.
Yeah, but if you look more down, you get the second and
the major 7. Where is the major 7? Wait, where is major 7?
That is true.
Hold on.
Doesn't we have a B? No, there's none.
It's so late. Wait. Do we not really? Hold on. The tritone against B flat. We had it. G against F sharp.
Oh yeah.
Before the minor 6. It's before the minor 6.
Oh, wow.
So it's minor. It's major 7, then minor 6. Major 7, then minor 6.
7. And the tritone was
Tritone inverted is a tritone.
Yeah.
That's the whole magic. That's the whole.
But we also
it.
not just have the tritones, the 7 and the I think.
Major 7, minor 6. Major 7, minor 6. Major 7, minor 6. So here. Major 2, then major 7, then minor 6. Then minor 2. Okay, so then when does the major 3rd become a minor 6? It actually happens here.
That's so late.
And then the minor 2nd becomes the major 7 here. And the tritone is just tritone. So tritone... I guess we just... There's nothing to measure it against, so you would just have it. It would just be there. It would just start being there. Starting with the minor 7 gives us the tritone? It does.
Yeah. It does.
Because there's that's the whole dominant chord. Okay. So then, if we now sort everything, it would be 1, 8, 5, 4, major 3, minor 3, major 6, tritone, major 2nd, minor 7th, minor 2nd. Major 6, minor 6, minor 2nd, major 7. That actually seems right.
And the tritone is perfectly in the middle of it. Look at it.
It is, just like always. Major 3rd, minor 3rd.
Oh, it's 6 now. It's not really in the middle.
Major 6, tritone, major 2nd.
Yeah.
That seems right.
Yeah, that feels
That
right.
seems way
That feels
more
correct.
like what I'm hearing, like slowly getting more dissonant, right?
Yeah.
Do we subscribe to this?
I would say for now, this feels good.
This is pretty reasonable, right? We could write around this. Like if we use, so really the whole point of doing this is to have some kind of reference for some kind of objective measurement of music, right? So is this reasonable enough of something that sounds about right that we could use as a way to like objectively measure music, right? That's the whole point at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's just talking about relationships, right? About the intervals in a way, but in the pure from the pure I'm saying from the harmonic series, right?
Yep. Now we go back to your augmented triad. Do you remember about the augmented triad from an hour ago?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Triad.
C, E, G sharp. Let's compare. You wanted me to do this one. Now you see the minor 6 actually is pretty far along. It's actually further than the tritone.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
That makes sense. So good. Yeah.
Actually makes sense. So let's look at C. C gives us minor. So major. The most dissonant intro is going to be that minor 6. We're just going to call it minor 6 because calling it an augmented 5th is more of an answer that is contextually like being like, oh, it's a 5th that's expanded, not because actually minor 6 is more accurate to like when you hear this. unless you have this, you're not gonna, the E is what's giving you this, like, oh, it's this spelling that makes sense with the adjacent intervals. It's like, no, what is the actual, just non-contextually? I just want to get rid of the context at first, and then layer the context on top after analyzing the, just what's on the page, you know, or in the ear. Okay, and then it gives us the major third. What was it we were talking about the other time? The other thing here, we look at the most dissonant interval, and then we, yeah. So most dissonant interval.
So look, even that, what do you like? You remember when I said the A in that C chord was the most unstable member of the chord? From that thing here, it would make sense.
From here,
like
the A.
We had the major 3 before. Yeah.
The A. Oh, right? Yeah. Let's look at that. By the way, I absolutely love good notes, because you can just do this.
Insane.
It's so fucking good. Like, being able to just do that is just amazing.
Makes me so happy to see this.
Makes me so happy.
I wish.
Paper, get out of here, paper. Oh, you know,
needs paper, man.
Yeah. So, the most dissonant interval. So if we go, was it C E A? Yeah, C E A. Okay. So the most dissonant interval. So C. The major 6 versus the major third. The major third is, yeah, so major 6 is the most dissonant, then the major third.
Mm-hmm.
And then the E gave us major third and perfect 4, right? Major third, then perfect 4. And the A gave us the major 6 and the perfect 4. And so major 6 versus perfect 4, A is the most stable member. Which also, taking out the note that you think is the most stable member should also give you keep the dissonance the best. Right? So it would contribute to the dissonance the least. So getting rid of it would affect the dissonance the least, or affect the.
So wouldn't it then make sense to call this an A minor chord?
Ooh.
Because we now know that the A minor is the most stable member of that chord.
That's why inversions, right? So okay.
Yeah.
I will completely give that ground completely. Sure, that's an A minor chord. Fine. So then it makes sense to invert it. But does it always make sense to invert it? Is that always the case? That's what I'm curious to see. Let's run with that. Sure.
Works.
All right, fine. Let's run with that. So let's look at the augmented. So the augmented was minor 6, major third. The E was okay, but I'm more satisfied with this explanation for the root, like the naming the note after the A, naming the chord after. Wait. So because it contributes. Well, just because it contributes the least to the tension doesn't. So what does that mean? It contributes the least to the tension. So you want the root? So the root is the most expendable member of the chord? Is that what we're saying?
I would say the most stable, yeah, I guess, right?
No way in 7th chords, though. Oh, but we have to do the analysis on that. So definitely not, though. Definitely not, though. Because if I do like a thing like this, if I take out... Well, maybe no, but we already talked about how the root is not always the most stable member. So if the root is not always the most stable member, then the whole thing of like the root is what we would write down as the note or whatever.
Or maybe
goes out the window.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's not true. But in this case, but I could see someone believing that because this case does have the A being the most stable member. So then yes. That's why, because I was confused by that. I was like, wait, this 6-3 chord does make me think of A minor. Why? When other cases I might have an inversion and I might not hear that. And this is this might be why, actually. This might actually be why. This might actually explain all this. Okay, so E gives us major third and major third.
You gotta work for 2 minutes alone. I gotta quickly grab a drink. I'm thirsty.
Oh yeah, sure. I will just do more thinking here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Keep thinking. You're doing good.
Thinking. Okay. G sharp. Excuse me. Oh no, I scratched myself.
Yo.
Welcome back. That's interesting. Both the C and the G sharp are equally contributing to dissonance, and the E is the most stable member.
That's funny.
So doing this versus releases tension equally. I would say yeah. So the way you test is you release the note. Test by removing the note.
Emitting the note.
Yeah, that's an easy test. And then you can just be like, well, do I hear the thing that in theory I should hear? That's the whole thing. That's how you prove that the theory is like a good theory, is that you aren't able to disprove it in different scenarios, right?
I haven't done like music theory and like in university, but I forgot how deep it is. Like since we met, because I've rarely done any actual in-depth research. I analyze some things right on the go, but never this. It's quite good though.
I never went through this and did this. I've never done that. That's the first time I've done that.
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, and yeah.
Which also is a testament to the issues, I think, as well, that I have with how theory is taught. Okay. What next? Let's try a 6/4 chord. C F A.
Okay.
Shall we have? I mean, it's going to be the same. Isn't it going to be just an inversion of? Yeah. It's so yeah.
Yeah,
it'll
it
be.
is. Yeah.
I mean, it is. That's the whole point, right? Okay. So the major 6 is still there. Wait. Hold on. I mean, it depends on if, okay, so, I mean, major, wait, hold on. Major versus minor, that's a good question. So let's say this is a major 6, right? Major 6, per 4. F is...
Third and
major 6, or sorry, a major 3rd.
It would
perfect
be,
4.
complementary would be 5.
A is major 6. Major 3rd.
Minor 3rd. Why is it major 3rd? That doesn't make sense.
Because we're doing an F chord.
F, yeah, of course.
We're doing just C, for C as the base, and then just building the 6/3, and now it's 6/4 instead. That's what I did. I'm not keeping to the key. I'm not actually inverting the previous chord. And then we'll do the minors after this and see what happens. Wait, I'm actually curious. Let me see here. So this means that major 3rd is the most pure, minor 3rd, major 6, minor 6. Does that tell us anything? the sixes are less or more dissonant than the thirds. That's true.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
So inversions are dissonant, more dissonant than the root, which is why the root position is like more stable. So
yeah, we're going full circle here. I feel like,
in a way, but I'd rather. I think. I don't know. Maybe we will just arrive at the same conclusion we started with, or the same, but maybe not, because there has to be. I think there are places where things like the tritone being more pure than the minor six is like a pretty wild. Pretty wild. And
so to explain that for us, we would need to think in inversions, so they come like earlier in the dissonance scale in a way, right?
Yeah, if we went through all the major, so we could actually tier the triads against each other on how pure they sound. That could be interesting. We should do that, because maybe we will get some different answers than you would expect.
I mean,
I'm pretty happy with this method of measurement of distance versus purity of intervals and chords. And then we can talk about chord members and how usually when you go from the root, the later the chord member, the weaker the chord member. But I don't know. I want to check this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so here major six is purer than the major. No, major third is pure. Major six is more dissonant. Okay, so major six is more dissonant. So A is actually the most dissonant member. No, it's not the same, is it? Wait. So what was the most dissonant here? So it was. Hold on. Did we even write down the answer? Major six.
The A would be the most unstable, right?
Major six versus the C is the most unstable.
Is it?
Or the most dissonant. So we're making most dissonant. We're marking how dissonant stuff is. So the most dissonant contributor in this is the C.
Yeah.
And then the second most is the A. Which makes sense.
Yeah. True.
Versus, because we get a fourth versus the major third, of course, right? As well. That's really simple, but this is a better, more like, I don't know, higher. Like,
I mean, you're looking both ways in a way. I feel like it's like, I mean, you putting down both the complementary intervals relative to that one. Like the E has two intervals complementary to each other, right? The C and the A, not complementary, but they both interact with each other, right? In a way, not just, how do I say this? My English is breaking down, bro.
Yeah, the E creates the fourth here. But creates the major third there. Oh no, it actually works really clean. Look at that.
Yeah.
And then the C creates the major six over here.
It's a crisscross. No way. But that doesn't hold. This holds up here. It doesn't go to the next one with the CFA.
For the C, and then the C creates the.
Wait, it does. It does work. You just have to structure it differently.
E is major third here. I'm not. Sorry, I'm like in my own brain right now. Hold on. And then C, E. Okay, and then the A, and then what about the fourth? A, E. Is here. Was there any other connections? There's the connections leaving. Wait, hold on. The connections leaving from there. And then we have this going to here. That is the same interval. And the perfects are here. Okay, what were you going to say?
No, it's fine. They will only be always two connected, right? Like one with one. The major three can only be connected to another in a way because it's always on. Like we don't.
That's the same interval.
Right.
It's just the placement of its dissonance versus the other intervals.
We're looking at the two notes that are added to it in a way, right? We're looking at the E and then look which notes are then in there. So it's only going to be
these are the intervals from E to the other notes.
Exactly.
Okay,
So
what
we
was the
did
thing where
more-
you felt like you had a breakthrough of some sort? You were like, oh, it is.
No, it's not. No, I had a
Okay.
misconception.
Wait, why is the E against the A? Did I do something wrong here? Oh, I did. This is wrong. No, it isn't.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's if I'm thinking of inversions. Oh, wait. No, it is. It is perfect for... Wait, why did I write this? Do, mi, mi. No, I did this all wrong. I did this all wrong. Of course, there's going to be 2 intervals per note. And they overlap with the other note. No, I just did some weird...
I mean, they're just gonna have the it's yeah, okay.
Mi, na, mi, na.
I can stay on for another like 14 minutes, but I have to go at 9 for like an hour.
We should do this by
Because in-
inverting the same harmony. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Whenever you gotta go, man. That's fine.
Yeah, I know.
Let's get a closure. Okay, I want to try in keeping the same notes and see how their behavior with intervals changes. That's what I think I was trying to do in my head, but it won't work if we change the chord. So we're gonna do this. So C, and then we're gonna just do the letters.
Yeah.
Like this. Okay. So C has major third, and then
P5.
P5. And then E has major third, minor third.
Minor third.
I have to grab the list every time. At least... Now I'll just grab this. God bless for copy paste. There was I forgot who the name of the guy was, but there was a guy who actually invented copy paste. God bless him.
Yeah.
Bro, world would not exist. Oh, there's a guy who invented Control Z, Control V or whatever. That is copy paste. I think he also invented undo, which is like crazy. Bro, genius. So simple,
It's
yet so
actually
genius.
It's so important as well.
So
Oh my God.
important. It
Can't
saved me
even-
so much time. So much
Can't even
headache.
imagine how.
That's what
how
I'm trying to do.
control-
Is save everyone a bunch of headache when it comes to theory. That's my goal.
Mhm.
Watch me come to the most basic fucking ass conclusions after all this fucking rocket science. Okay. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be hilarious. But there'll be probably places where we'll find something new. I do believe that. I do feel like I've got the spidery senses going off, that there's something we're gonna find that people assume one way that's not true or whatever. And it'll
I think so,
explain
too.
better what we hear in our listening experience. And the end goal is for this
What
to
the G would
explain
be-
genius music and why it's genius. What makes it so good? I want to be able to objectively talk about the things that make the music good, you know?
Mhm.
Okay, and then we have the
minor 3 and P5, right?
minor 3.
So
Yeah, my
P5
brain's getting a little fried now. Holy shit, I'm so slow. Okay, then we have, let me move these over so I have a little more room. Great. Then we have, what is C? C is going to be a
4
minor
and
6, and then
Yeah.
perfect 4. So everything got inverted because it moved. Because the C moved. That makes sense. And then the E is going to have that minor 6 and minor 3. Actually, I'm going to keep the relationship. Hold on. I'm going to keep it only going up. I think that makes life easier.
Okay. Only going up.
And if it's
Okay,
going
yeah,
down,
minus
I
that,
haven't
yeah.
decided yet, but I'm going to just do this. Like for this too. I guess closest to biggest.
Major 3 on E doesn't make sense, does it?
Oh, sorry. Wait.
No, it's major minor 3. I'm sorry. That's correct.
Because E to G going up. And then...
Yeah.
I'm just going to go clockwise. I'm going to go clockwise like this. So that's always the same note to same note relationship. Let's do that. And then we'll just underline the most dissonant interval. Yeah, that's probably fine. No, let's do like this. The previous interval first. No, previous interval first might be easier. No, I don't like that. I'm gonna go back. Sorry, I'm like doing math in my head right now about some things. Okay, like how easy it'll be to see things. Okay, so then minor 6, because it's gonna change. Oh my god. So maybe I do want. Okay, C to E versus C to G. C to E. What is C to E now? C to E is minor 6, then C to G is perfect 4. Now E to G is now still minor 3rd. Okay, yeah, that makes life so much easier. Then E to C is minor 6. And then G to C is now perfect 4, which was the inversion. And then G to E is minor 3rd. And then the last one was C to E is major 3rd. And C to G is perfect 4. And then E to G is minor 3rd. E to C. No. Major 6. And then E to C is major 3, which is always going to be the previous interval, right? So it's going to be major 3 from G to C. G to C? No, it's going to be perfect. What? Oh, this one. Perfect 4, major 6. Okay. Now we underline the most dissonant interval.
minor 3. What did you...
The most dissonant interval.
You can also... You would have to underline the major 3rd as well, right? On the E. No, it's almost dissonant in that case. Yeah, it makes sense. No, that's okay. That's fine.
Oh, for that note, right? The most dissonant interval. Major 3rd versus major 6. Major 6 is more dissonant.
And minor 3rd is... Yeah.
That's our answers. Okay.
Oh, and then we can also see which ones are like the least dissonant in a way.
The most dissonant member is going to be the minor 3rd member, and the second most dissonant is the major 3rd here.
Yeah.
E.
That would make E the most
dissonant.
Makes sense though, right? A 5 is very pure. 3rd, yeah.
And then the E is, what's the most dissonant here? Minor 6, minor 6, minor 3. Minor 6, minor 3 is less. Minor 6 is more. And then the minor 3 here. So it's E again. And does it stay E again? Major 6 versus major 3. Major 6 is the most dissonant. Yeah, it does. So the E, so it's consistent across inversions.
That's cool.
Okay. And then the second most dissonant would be the G. Right?
Yeah.
1. And then 2, G. And then actually third, minor 6. The minor 6, that's where things get interesting. Minor 6 is actually more dissonant here. C is most dissonant here.
Minor 6. True.
And then
No, but the E also has a minor 6.
no, the E
And
already
not the perfect
won.
chord. Oh yeah, but
He
it's
already
the
won.
second
This is
dissonant.
second
It's not the most
place.
dissonant.
This
Yeah,
is second
yeah, yeah.
place.
Second place, yes.
Who's for second? Major 3 versus major 6. Major 6 is more dissonant. Back to G. So G overall is the most dissonant here, and then C would be third. So that makes the most like the root position roll C, then G, then C again.
Yeah.
How compelling
Feels-
are these answers?
Sort of conclusive, but also very.
What about minor?
It's like
Let's do minor next.
I would love to.
I'm
but I
really
have to
curious
go.
about major versus minor here.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch the VOD. Maybe even stop while I'm on the bus or something and look at Twitch, but I can't.
Sure, you gotta go.
Yeah, it's Monday, bro. It's
Oh
9
yeah,
o'clock
true.
on a Monday. I gotta be in Hanover at 10. Which means I gotta get ready and get
Yeah,
myself
definitely
done.
watch the VOD. And I'll let you know
I
how
will.
this ends.
It was great.
This is
by the way.
fun. Fun talking about
This
this.
was really good. I'm gonna definitely look at the rest of it after.
Hope you stay in chat
Got
for
it.
however long you stay up, and then
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best,
my
but
God.
we'll see. I'm gonna take a shower first and stuff.
My brain.
It's smoking. I can see it. It's
The
like-
smoke is coming
I mean-
off.
I mean, you have been in this stream for almost 4 hours already.
Yeah,
right?
nearly 4 now. Yeah.
Which
It's
you
been
have
fun.
been thinking a lot. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna leave you. Thanks for anyone who was in the stream. See you
Peace.
guys.
Oh, anyone watching the VOD? Thanks for coming.
Yeah, for sure.
See you.
For sure.
I don't want it to snap to there. Why is it like that? What the hell? It's like glued to the width. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, it's just... Can I keep going out? What if I... No, the sides don't go out. So I'm forced into this anyway, so it's not like I could go any bigger. And then the piano's in the way anyway. If I add the piano. Cool. Excuse me. Okay. Let's keep going. I gotta finish this. We owe it to Hansi to get to the finish line. C, E, flat, G. Let's check this. It's really interesting. I mean, I think taking out the member might actually be more useful. E flat. E flat. Hi, Joel. We've been going down the rabbit hole like crazy. Like, actually like crazy. Perfect. Let me pull you in. Or no, you're just going to be in chat. Okay. I could pull you in if you want to see me so you can react immediately, but yeah, it's fine. Either one works. Okay. Joel, I can catch you up a little bit. We went through the entire harmonic series. And we checked not only the adjacent intervals, but all of the other intervals against with the the order being on what is the most recent interval against the next one. So remember 1 against 2, then 1 against 3, and then 2 against 3. Then 1 against 4, 2 against 4, 3 against 4. 1 against 5, 2 against 5, 3 against 5, 4, 3 against 5, 4 against 5, that kind of thing. And this is what we basically got when we looked through that. Because the earlier something notes are in the series, the more probably easily you can hear them. So then you would assume that intervals from earlier members rather than just adjacent ones would be relevant. And then we got this from looking at the most conventional intervals. And then we were like, well, this doesn't quite give us doesn't sound right for perfect versus pure versus dissonant intervals for the right order. And then we went, okay, what about members that are adjacent? And then we check for inversions of those adjacent intervals that have happened so far and go to them. And then we put it in the order that way. And so then we got this, which we were actually pretty happy with as a rubric for pure versus dissonant intervals. So we got this. We got basically 1 octave, 5th, 4th, the classic, major 3rd, then minor 3rd, then major 6th, then tritone, major 2nd, minor 7, minor 6, minor 2nd, major 7. For pure to dissonant sliding scale. And then I was like, okay, what are the actual major, because the major 3rds versus minor 6s, major 6s, and that stuff was what was, yeah, scale for the most pure to dissonant kind of thing. And so then we were looking at going back to talking about members and stuff contributing things. Yes, major 7th more dissonant than major minor 2nd. No, because adjacent harmonic intervals are going to come first, and then inversions are checked after. So that's what's going on here. So we ended up going okay, 5, then 4, then we went, okay, major 3rd. And then it's okay, is there an inversion yet so far before it? No, there is not. Okay, fine. We'll keep going. Then we're okay, then minor 3rd. And then we're oh, minor 3rd, we already have a major 6 from previous members. So then we do the major 6 after the minor 3rd. Because there is a major 6 already somewhere within those harmonic members. Harmonic members, that's a good one. Harmonic member, which harmonic member? Because it's a harmonic series member. And then after the minor 3rd, it would be major 6. And then from there, we move on, we hit major 2nd. So major 2nd gives us the minor 7th after that. And then after that, we hit the minor 6, which is actually an inversion of the major 3rd. And then we hit minor 2nd, and we get the major 7. And then tritone doesn't have an inversion, so the tritone, whenever it hits, it hits. And so then we get that, if we do that. Which sounds more reasonable to me. On like a pretty good sliding scale. I think there could be something about like ratios that maybe like if we did the math ratios, we could get something. Maybe I should look that up. Maybe, is there any math? Most pure versus dissonant ratios music. Rely on complex ratio. So what is the least complex, most complex? Is there any math on this that we can look at? Consonance may be explained as caused by a larger number of aligning harmonics between two notes. Right. So the more notes line up, more harmonic, like, you know, the overlaps. That's the whole thing with the piano as well. When the piano is tuned, you're looking for these things, which I just don't know that stuff that well. Perfect fifth, minor, diatonic, semitone, 1 second. Maybe difficult to determine the relation between two frequencies determined by their relative wavelengths. Consonant intervals take less, while dissonant intervals take more time to be determined. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, fine. Yeah, beating. So beating is a big part of like sound, and I know about like I need to get a piano tuner in here. That's what I need. Someone who's a piano tuner who can tell me some answers. I actually have a buddy who is. He might be down. He may be down to do it. Who knows? You study piano tuning as well, Joel. Nice. I actually had a thought. If I could move the chat to the left, it might look better. Because then, like, if my cam is here, then the chat could be here. And then when I'm looking this way to read the chat, it makes sense as well a lot more. And then I have more room here to do this. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to give that a shot. Why can't I move it? Oh, because this is locked. Boop. And then in the Discord, I just have to, oh, because I'm grouping it. That's the problem. Oh, if I just do this. Oh, Discord HUD, not the Discord VC. Yeah, Discord HUD. It will cut off names, or I could just put the HUD here. That works. That looks actually not too bad. So when we're in call, you can see the names there. Boop. Nice. Cool. Just put it in there. Okay. So I'll only show the HUD if I'm in call with someone. Neat. So that gives me a little bit more room to work with. And then when I switch to this, now I can actually take up more space potentially. Yeah, that's nicer. More room on the screen. Okay. Then we looked at different intervals, different chords, talking about which member is more stable versus less, or like more contributing to the dissonance in a harmony versus less contributing. I've actually been thinking that maybe taking out the member is more just better. Like if you take out I do think about how like a member of a chord is creating all those intervals. So if you take them out, that's probably more important than doing this tier list, because the tier list is only sound if all the notes are there, but the whole point of a presence of a note is like if you just take out the note, what happens? That might be an easier test. So if we just did the test here like that, so then C, E, and G for a second. So let's say then if you take out the C, you get the minor third, right? So if we take out the notes instead, and we do a test of that, minor third. So you want the most dissonance, right? So it would create the minor third versus it would create, so removal leaves the most dissonance, most intact. So like whatever leaves the dissonance in most intact. So then let's move this over here. So then C minor. So if you take out the C, you get a minor third. And then if you take out the E, you get a perfect 5. And then if you take out the G, you get a major third, which the most dissonant of these is the minor third. So the C would win out here. Then if you have E, G, C, then minor 6. Minor third, or no, what would be left? Perfect 4, G, minor 6. So you kind of have a even deal here. Really? Wait. No, this is wrong. My brain has broken for sure. Let me just do it with the piano, with my help. Minor third. Perfect 5. Major third. Okay. My brain truly be broke. Minor third. Because the intro hasn't been flipped yet. That makes a lot of sense. Perfect 4, minor 6. Yeah. And then the last one would be major 6. Take out the E, you get a perfect 4. And right, because the major 6 is from the minor third flipping. That makes sense. So then, versus take out the G, you get the major third back. So, okay, so then here, minor third, minor 6. Minor 6 is most dissonant here. And then major 6, major third. Major 6 is most dissonant here. is contributing the least to the dissonance. The G is contributing the least to the dissonance here. And then the C is contributing the least to the dissonance here. So the most important members would be the ones I didn't underline. So what would be the one contributing the most to the dissonance? So you would want actually whatever contributes the most to the dissonance, because that's what we're really interested in for scales. So contribute most to dissonance. What is the most important member in your chord, essentially? Would be this, the E here, the E here, and the E here. Really? Yeah, the E is always the most important because the middle voice. So E is the most important, and then if we had to look at C versus G, then minor third versus major third. We'll do blue and then green for the or green, red, green, blue. Green is like in the middle, I guess. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's say. So then major third would be next. So you want the G. Why does G have major third and C minor third? It's what interval is remaining if you get rid of. It's what interval is the most dissonant when you take out the note. What is left that contributes to dissonance the most? Let me clarify that. So basically, what interval is, even I can't keep it straight in my head. It's so fucking, so I'm so in the weeds here. What interval is what? Yeah, so it contributes most to the dissonance. So what is the remaining? Yeah, if the note is removed, if note is removed, what note, what interval remains? Yeah, what's the most? Dissonant interval remaining. I guess for now. Briss is the weeds. Briss? What is Briss? Bro is the weeds. Oh yeah, bro is the weeds. Okay, I am the weed. We are. The humans are the infection. We are the disease. That was what it was, right? From the Matrix. We are the disease. Gotta love that. We are the ones who weed. Oh my god. Hansi. Breaking Bad. Yep. Sure thing. Great. Okay. So it's the if the note is removed, what is, because the most, okay, so we're assuming that the most identifiable thing about a chord is going to be its dissonance. So if you remove the note, what dissonance is remaining, right? Yeah. If you remove the note, what dissonance is remaining. Because the more dissonance is remaining, the less the note contributes to the quality, to the dissonance, of course. Oh my god. Yeah, 4 to 5 hours is basically like max for sure, especially with analysis. Holy Jesus. Oh my god, my brain. It's not even my brain, I just need to like get up and stretch or something. Man, when you turn 30, life gets bad. God, this is how it is now, huh? My brain craves fast food. It does. I mean, the sugar keeps your brain going. That's for damn sure. Those are not bread rolls. Those are nachos. That's funny. Oh, you got bread rolls. That's fine. Okay. I think I have it straight in my head, somewhat. Okay. So if we remove the E, we get to keep the most of as much dissonance. So the E is contributing to the dissonance the least. The most. The E contributes to the dissonance the most in these triads. What is the most dissonant? Okay, so I need to write that down. So most dissonant remaining interval, right? Because that's going to identify the interval, identify the harmony the most. So if I take out the E, I get the most dissonant interval remaining is a perfect fifth. Every time, it's just this perfect interval. So it's going to be this. So what is the second member to contribute to dissonance the most? Second place, contributing to most. So contributing most to dissonance. Okay, what is the second most? It's going to be what leaves the most dissonant interval. So the C would contribute the most, would it not? Because if I take out the C, oh no, I want the most. Yeah, it would be the major third. The major third is more clear. So we're looking at what is the most perfect interval remaining, because if it's more perfect, the chord was more dissonant with the note in it. That's it. Okay, and so minor 6 versus major 6, minor 6, minor 3 versus minor. So minor 3, and then major 3 versus major 6, major 3. Okay, so then it's not always the same after that. So now G contributes second most, and then C contributes the second most. Interesting. And then G contributes the most again, second most. Okay, who contributes the least? Maybe that's what we should be doing. What is our... And then we smash everything. I mean, that is our tier list. This is the chord member tier list, like the root position, 3rd, 5th, and 7th chord. This is actually what we're basically scientifically almost measuring. So, okay, so then the last would be C, G, C. So on average, C. But I don't think average matters. But so then, okay. And then we have to do minor after this as well, which would be interesting to look at. Maybe we should just do that. So first root position and second inversion are the most similar. And this flips things on its head, which is because the C and E, C and G it's because the bass is moving. But the bass is moving here as well. Hold on. So major 3rd and minor 6. Major 6 versus minor 3rd are over here. So if your major 3rd flips, the members flip. So but then when you flip it back, right, that makes sense. It's the major 6 that's the big problem, right? The minor 6 is the big problem. As soon as you have a minor 6, you have a more dissonant thing. I hear that. I don't think it's bias. Because this is the major 6 versus the minor 6 in here. Yeah, this is so much clearer. Wouldn't you agree, Hansi? If you're listening still, this is clearer than this. Like, this is more dissonant. I can hear the vibrations, literally. It's just so much more dissonant than this. That minor 6, because the problem with minor 6 is the whole augmentedness of it, that it could be an augmented 5th, right? And that reflects in our analysis of the harmonic series in a more detailed way. Versus that feels like such a more leap in quality versus this. It doesn't feel as crazy of emotion in like color change versus I think I'm onto something here too. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. There'll be a VOD, and we'll keep talking and chatting. Yeah, Hansi's here in our chat, still going for now. Versus, that was F major. Dude. Because this is first inversion. Doesn't sound as clear as... Because this is the clearest. So it goes first root position, second inversion, first inversion when it comes to how dissonant the chords are. So that's for sure we can at least 100% agree on that, right? So like root... then second, then 6/4, then 6/3. We can definitely at least have that takeaway from this analysis. Is the most clear. Is it? Hold on, should we compare the inversions to each other? How would the inversions compare to each other? Oh god. Oh my fucking god. Okay. So the most dissonant interval, what is the most dissonant interval here? The minor 6 is the most dissonant. Yeah, and that checks out. Right, it would make sense. So the most dissonant version is the first inversion. And then the second, well, no, this is, we already did this. We just compare the most dissonant interval in one chord to the most dissonant interval in the next chord, which the most dissonant interval here is going to be this minor 6. Then the second most dissonant interval is going to be the major 6. And then the third, of course. And the first most dissonant interval is going to be the major third, minor third, the minor third. Right. So I just drew the boxes for, because that's the most important thing. It's like first, second. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense in my brain for like seeing it like this. You're seeing the red here underline for like the purest interval and the most dissonant interval right now. It's actually giving you that in order. And the most dissonant interval is highlighted. And so red is the purest interval if you do it backwards. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do with just like harmonies in general. Is like, what is the most dissonant interval you're hearing, and then the next most, and then the next most. And using the harmonic series for all of it would be like really great. That would really, now we're fucking cooking. Now we're cooking after. If we do that, we are cooking hard. Oh my god. Okay, let's look at minor. Time to rip the band-aid off and do minor. Any predictions on what we'll find? E with an accent. Yep. Ooh, that's a fun way to do like flats versus sharps, is to do like a little diagonal. The E was an accident. The E flat was an accident. Oh, the E was an accident. We were clicking some real stuff. Oh, yeah. I'm going to hold his prediction. All right, let's see. So, okay. Intervals. So we're looking at the remaining interval if you remove the note. Okay, remaining interval if you remove the note. Remaining. Let's just jump straight to the brass tacks of it then. I don't think the other stuff is that important. C, E flat, and G. Flat, then G. Okay. Let's do. So C, major third. Get rid of the E, perfect 5. Get rid of the G, minor third. What is the most dissonant part of the chord? The minor third. Yep. Then major third holds. Perfect 4, we inverted. major 6. And then minor 6. Perfect 4. And G, minor 3rd. Okay. Major 3rd versus major 6. Major 6 is more dissonant. Ooh, we're getting different answers. Oh my god. No, is that... Oh, okay, both dissonant. No, we are getting different answers. Oh my god, we're getting different answers. Well, I mean, that's pretty cool. Okay, so... About to blow the fucking lid wide open on all of this. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and now... Let's see. Okay, so then... the minor 3rd versus minor 6. Minor 6 is most dissonant. Okay. So the big one is that in a C minor chord... Okay, so most dissonant, and then the most... So the most... So the middle note is always going to create the most dissonance. Oh, these are the intros that are left behind. Most dissonant remaining interval. Yeah, these are the remaining intervals. So these, okay, so these are remaining intervals. Yeah. Remaining intervals. So these are the most, okay, so then the most dissonant is on the G. When you remove the G, you keep the most dissonance. Oh, but we want the, okay, so the most perfect. So yeah, so it'd be the middle note again. That's fine. And then what was the boxes for? Contribute most to dissonance. So the E flat contributes most to dissonance. What is contributing to dissonance second most? So what's the second most? Okay, so it'd be the major 3rd here. The major 3rd here. Minor 3rd, minor 6. Minor 3rd here. So that's the next purest option. Trying to like keep in my fucking brain what's for what reason we're doing, because there's so much to track. So the most, okay, so yeah, so then the rest is here. Okay, this leaves the most dissonant intro, so it's the least. Okay, so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Note that contributes to the dissonance the most. What about here? Here it's kind of a tie. No, it's not. 2, 3. Ooh, interesting. Is it interesting? Yeah. Major, major third, minor third. Same intros from before. The G twice, but now it's the C twice because it's closer to the dissonance, right? Because when it's higher, the E's higher, the G creates the minor third. That's interesting how when you flip it, the minor third is no longer the most dissonant part. So that's the whole thing. The major third invert into a minor six. That's the crazy part where you would think that the inversion. So like, okay, so the inversion. Major third is purer than minor third, right? Pure. Pure is major third. But then major six is purer than minor six. Which, when you invert, you would think that this is not... When you invert, you know, it's the minor six. The minor six is throwing things into a wrench. And then the major third... So it goes major, minor third, major six, minor six. So the whole, like, thinking that major third and minor six are, like, you know, and then minor third and major six are... is like actually wrong if we do it this way. You would actually do it the other way. So major is pure, minor is, so that's fine. So then when you invert, you actually are changing, because I always thought that when you invert, you keep the type. You do keep the type, but you don't keep the same amount of dissonance than before. When it comes to these things, perfect intro is when you flip, like there's, you know, some thing of overlap there. But the major third being inverted, yeah, it like squishes faster. Yeah, that's the, yeah, it's for sure more dissonant. It's got to be. I mean, maybe the math. Maybe there's some math. What ratios of sound? What makes a ratio simple versus complex? Maybe we got to look at ratios. So it's accounts of people and objects, or such as measurement of length. Okay, ratio maybe the quotient. Ratio may be considered as an ordered pair of numbers of fraction. The first number being the numerator and the second being the denominator. Yeah, that's how division works. Maybe it can be expressed as a ratio of A to B. Modern interpretation of Euclid meaning is more akin to the computation reckoning. Medieval writers use the word proportion, yeah, to indicate ratio and proportionality. The idea were such common usage of that he did not include definitions for terms. The first two definitions say that a part Another quantity that measures multiple of the quantities. So, like, what makes a ratio more simple than another ratio? That's the whole conversation, because sound can express something being more or less dissonant by the ratios being more simple versus complex. That is like purity versus dissonance in a nutshell. Reduction. Ratios can be reduced as fractions are by dividing each quantity by a common factor of all the quantities. As for fractions, the simplest form is considered that in which the numbers in the ratio are the same, are the smallest possible integer. Thus, the ratio of 40 to 60 is equivalent to the ratio of 2 to 3, the latter being obtained the former. Yeah, so mathematically we were right. 40 to 60 to 3, and equivalently 40 to 60 to 3. The verbal equivalent is 40 to 60 as 2 to 2 is to 3. Sure, that has integers for both quantities, and then also we can't even use the piano to like to measure the distance of stuff because we wouldn't, because the piano is effed with for when it comes to, these are not actually the ratios, so it's like nailing this down is such a headache. Simplest form or lowest terms. Irreducible fractions, a fraction which the number and irreducible fraction, yeah. Irreducible ratio, maybe. That could be a good term. I like that. Irreducible ratio. And then what was the other term? The harmonic member. What was the scale? Degree, harmonic degree, 7th degree, 6th degree scale, because there's scale degrees. No, harmonic member, maybe second member. Yeah, harmonic member. Irrational ratios, ratios. So this is used to write ratios. Okay. Makes the meaning clear. Ratios, the form is. Irrational ratios. Ratios may also be established between incommensurable quantities, quantities whose ratio as a volume factor amount to an irrational number. Irrational numbers are all real numbers that are not rational numbers. That is, irrational numbers are ones that don't think very rationally. Irrational numbers are those that cannot be expressed as ratios of two integers. Geometrically, when the ratio of lengths of two line segments is an irrational number, the line segments are also described as being incommensurable in mathematical. Two non-zero real numbers are said to be commensurable if their ratio A to B is a rational number, otherwise meaning that they share no measure in common. That is, there is no length, the measure, no matter how short, that could be used to express the length of both of the two given segments as integer multiples of itself. I need an example. Oh, square root of 2 is irrational. Among rational numbers, there are the ratio pi of the circle circumference to its diameter. There's number e, the golden ratio. Oh yeah, this is the golden ratio, and the square root of 2. In fact, all square roots of natural numbers other than a perfect square are irrational. Like all real numbers. I'm going down the fucking rabbit hole like crazy right now, which I know some of this from geometry, but this is insane. Like all real numbers and rational numbers can be expressed in positional notation. Decimal number in the case of irrational. Positional place volume notation is the property of a number of system that the value represented by each symbol in and written number depends not only also on its position. What? Okay. Based on the additive principle, okay, hold on. Property of a number system that the value represented by each symbol in a written numeral depends not only on its appearance but also on its position. Oh, that's Roman numerals work like that. Okay, that's positional notation. So how's that relevant? What is the golden ratio? Decimal, that kind of thing. Algebraic form. Continued fraction 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus square root of 5 divided by 2. So what to the power of what? Square root of 4 is 2. If you have 16, square root would be 4 times 4. Square. That's the whole idea of the square. Oh, so those wouldn't be like whole numbers that get you that square. So what would be the square root of 4 would be 2. Because 2 and 2 would get you... Oh, but a triangle is never going to get you a rational... Oh, because yeah, you can't square root. This is like... It's a little crazy. Okay, hold on. Golden ratio. If the ratio is the same as the ratio of their sum to the larger of the two quantities, A is more than B is more than 0. A is in the golden ratio to B if A plus B divided by A. So let's say 2 plus 1 divided by 3 would be 1 equals A2 divided by 1. Okay, 2 plus 1, 3 divided by 2 would be 1.5. 2 divided by 1 plus 1 divided by 2 divided by 1 would be 2. So if you can slide it so that the division of the two numbers versus the plus of the two for the biggest one gets you the golden ratio. Yeah, that makes sense. Bro, maybe the golden ratio is relevant to music? Wouldn't that be insane? Because if visually the ratio of like the golden ratio, I wonder where the golden ratio is in music. Oh my god! But it's not going to be things we hear, because the instruments producing different. My god, I need to get down to the math of it though. The Pythagorean theorem stuff. I need to go research that again at some point and get back to that. Strike tones. This is getting a little much, though. This is getting a little crazy. God, we deviated so hard today. It's crazy. Okay. I need to wrap up somewhere. Okay. So the big one is scales. So scales, I'll see you later, Hansi. Take care. I'm going to wrap up though. So scales, the quality, and identifier is the identifier is the most dissonant possibilities. Like the permitted dissonances. And then chord is also identified by the let me see, and test, because vibrating, it's kind of hitting a peak. Let me do this, maybe a little bit, just a little bit more compression, just a little. Okay. I was getting a little close to the mic though, to be fair. I need to move the mic if I'm going to be closer. Oh yeah, that compression starts to sound really weird. I don't like that much. Let me take it back. Okay. If I'm here, I want to keep the mic about there. Okay, chord. So following me? Sorry. It is. Okay. So chord is also based on that, right? It's going to be the dissonance. You want to know where the dissonance is. And then you can go, so the whole thing with the Roman numeral analysis, why we even got into this, was that the Roman numeral analysis, the Roman numeral is telling us the root. And the question is, how does the root contribute to the sound, to the quality? And then also just, I guess this is more about quality potentially, really. And that kind of stuff, probably a bit more than it is anything else. Okay, so the dissonance will give us the quality. The same way that the scale is dissonance will give us the quality. And it's the dissonance that decides which scale we are hearing. Like, dissonance determines scale. Everything else fills in. With pure or past. So the pure and past intervals, that's the way I think about it nowadays more. Okay, so pure and past intervals. So then what happens next is, that's something I've been thinking about a lot, is like that whole thing of like filling in the pure and past intervals, and when you don't have other ones, and you're going to use the most pure intervals, or you're going to use whichever ones were there before or are now there. Yeah, how much the new note contributes to the new. Now I'm thinking about like, how much does the new note, contributes to tension, the dissonance. Because like you think about this is like, you hear that sixth, and it's like, oh, this is augmented now. It's like, well, I don't think the A flat didn't move. So what is the most dissonant? Yeah, that's the whole question. Is like, what is the member that's contributing to? So okay, so we can kind of like, I'll put this away for now. So then it's like, okay, which member contributes to the dissonance the most, right? That was the question. So which member contributes to dissonance the most? The most. That's what we want to ask. And then does that member change when you invert? Yes. Okay. Does that member change with inversions? So the answer is yes. I do think the member is going to change when you invert a chord. So you cannot be like, oh, if I just invert a chord, everything stays the same. That's not true. I think that's an assumption that we're taught sometimes, that I do think at this point we can dispel. I would dispel that. So which member contributes to the dissonance the most? So in the C major, it was the E every time, and in the C minor, it was the E every time. The member that contributed the second most was the G. Well, it depended. It changed, right? It was changed. It was G, then C, then G. So the root, the whole point of the root is what's the most stable member. Okay, so let's ask about what the most stable member. The least is the most stable, right? Or the... Yeah. The least contributing would be the most stable member. No, that's not really what the root is, really. But we think of the root as like, here's our, like the root position is our most stable version, and what is the base when we're in root position. That is actually sound with how theory is taught in that sense. Now the question is, like the member that contributes the most to dissonance, like, is more important than the member that contributes the least to dissonance. I mean, yeah, the member that contributes to dissonance the most is most important. And then, okay, what if we invert the chord to the most dissonant member being on the bottom? Well, that's not going to work, right? Or the C minor. Is this the most dissonant then version? It is. It is. So if the most dissonance contributing member is in the bass, it's going to, is that going to create the most version of the chord? It is. Because then you're getting the most dissonance from the bass. Duh. Because you're listening from the bass, you're getting the most dissonance overall, right? So getting rid of the E would release the tension the most. So it pulls the tension down. Yeah, I would say that's probably true. So I'm gonna think on this a little bit. I do want to be right back, check on something. Be right back. Okay. All right. Where were we? Which member can't contribute to the distance the most? And if it's in the bottom, it's going to be the most dissonant version. So the least dissonant version is going to be when it's the least dissonant version is going to be when it's the most I still feel like I'm getting too much high end. Maybe like this is a little better. That seems a little better, maybe. How clear is my speech? I mean, maybe like this. That seems a little better, maybe. Yeah, that seems a little better. Okay. So what would be the notes you'd fill in here? But it's like a dissonant interval that's more major. It's got the quality of major, but it's more dissonant than this. That works. No, the quality is different from the dissonance. Right? Oh my god. Oh my god. See, that's why you would separate the two. Probably. So this is minor. How you'd fill in the scale would be like following. Is it really like? Because you wouldn't go for this dissonance. You would hear the A flat here. So this is wild, because like if you follow the scales intervals, you're getting something else from versus like the distance of just the chord, the notes themselves and their presence, versus the scales that we would fill in. Fuck. Because like, what if we fill in all the notes? Oh, I'm doing the minors right now. So this is the Phrygian. Oh yeah, because Phrygian is minor. As well. No, it's not. Sorry. Well, it is. It's minor. Phrygian is minor. What about the G? Oh, it's mixolydian. So this all lines up with all the modes. This actually lines up really well with modes. But the nice thing is doing things like this is going to like hugely help with like identifying why a scale that isn't diatonic might feel, because we might already have like answers on, you know, we might already have the answer sheet for things when it comes to the diatonic stuff. But if you're outside the diatonic realm, yeah, still, I don't know. Some answers that I'd like to find. Because the question is about the voice leading kind of like motion. Because I was like thinking about the whole like, so if you don't resolve the tension, so how much you hold in tension is like based on how much the notes are staying, which would be the voice leading part of things, right? Is like if you keep a note and then whether that note resolves or not, and that contributes to whether we retain the note or not. So the more you are associating notes, yeah, this is it for sure. Okay, so the more. I'm sick of handwriting it. I'm just going to type it here. So, okay. So, like, the more you're associating notes that are I guess like the most dissonant member, the most consonant member, pure and dissonant. The more you're associating notes that are consonant with ones that are dissonant. Well, the more you're associating notes that are dissonant with ones that are consonant, the more likely you are to replace, the more likely you hear that are pure, the pure interval with the pure interval, the pure note replacing the dissonant one. I think that's really the jam of it, because if I go so this G sharp just contributed to the minor 6 here, right? And then it's now a major 6. And it's the only note that's moving versus the, let's actually take a look at that. The whole back to that augmented triad. I want to do that and then call it a night, maybe. So then C to E to A. So here, what is the most dissonant member? The most dissonant member is going to be major third. So if you take out the C, E, G sharp. So so you get the what is it? Major third the major third. You take out the E, you get the minor 6. For this, we're going to use that, not contextual intervals. And then G sharp, you get the major third again. So major third versus minor 6, major third, minor 6. Yeah, major third is way less dissonant. So minor 6 is the most dissonant. So most dissonant member is going to be the E. So the E is the most dissonant. Wait, taking out the E leaves the most dissonance. So the C and the G sharp are the most dissonant. And if the A moves, then we have an A. Now, perfect 4 remains, major 6 remains, major third still remains. Now major third versus major 6, the major 3 is pure. Major 3 is pure, major 3 is pure again. No, perfect 4 is the purest. So C contributes to the dissonance the most. So C contributes to the dissonance the most here. Major third. And then the C, G sharp. Right. So that's what we were talking about. So if you put... So, okay, if you put put the most dissonant member, chord member, in the bass, you get the most dissonant inversion? Was that what we saw here? Most dissonant member was E, right? E created the perfect, yeah. Every time E was the most dissonant member. And E being in the bass gave us the most dissonant inversion. So then, here, E also gave us the most dissonant inversion. Because it gave us the... I mean, moving the bass, removing a note and not moving the bass. Gosh, removing the bass is such a big deal. It actually feels like there's motion. The bass moving is a really big deal. Oh man, I think this is an unfair way to do this. Okay, what about here? So here... So maybe you can't look at the bass. You can't look at the bass. But then, okay, what about inversions? So if inversions... Yeah, we could go on and on. I don't know. We were supposed to do a bunch of reacts to like AI music stuff, conversation-wise. But we didn't get to it because I got distracted by theory. It's been crazy with the music theory stuff. It's been such a crazy journey. It's been crazy. So should have renamed this stream fucking music theory stuff more than music education and AI. Which we will 100% hit that topic another day. We have to. It's really important. I really want to see those vids. It's just that tests video we did was just totally carried me away. It's crazy how much it carried me away. It's... What if I do that? Is it better if it's quieter a little bit? I don't know. The gain. Maybe the gain being lower is a little better. It seems a little better. And How's this? Does it seem better? This seems better. Then I don't have to compress as hard. Just lower the gain. I mean, people told me I was too quiet when I was down here, but I liked being a little bit more down there. And lower gain is just easier to manage, maybe. Talking like this versus talking like this. I don't know. Turn it back up a little bit. Major 6 versus major 3rd. Major 6 contribute makes, so this is the E is the weakest, which makes sense. I really like the main thing is I wanted the members to be able to identify like the most dissonant member, the most constant member, the most dissonant, and most pure member. And the question is, if the most dissonant member is in the bottom, does that make the chord the most dissonant? You have to try and you have to see, because inverting doesn't guarantee. So that's the takeaway. The inversion does not guarantee that you're gonna get. Yeah, that might not be a rule. It is a rule here though. So if we do this and then we put in the bottom here again. So the square was for what was the square for? The most dissonant intervals are in the outer voices versus the outer voices here. Okay, what if we do this? Hello, welcome. So what if we're doing some theory stuff more than we are talking about AI right now. What if we take this? The most dissonant member in this chord would be the C and the G sharp are basically equally dissonant. Because if you take out the C, you get a major 3rd. If you take out the G, you get the major 3rd. What else is there? We could check also what intervals they create. We're discussing like what makes chords more dissonant versus less. We're discussing like looking at intervals and how dissonant versus pure they might sound. And then trying to understand like how a note in a chord contributes to how the chord sounds. So like this is a C, E, G sharp chord that I'm looking at right now versus a C, E, A chord later and how that motion might feel. But yeah, so really in the weeds right now, but feel free to ask some questions if you like. I'm super open to coming back down to earth about and talking about different stuff. Feel free to ask some questions. So the most dissonant member here would be the one. So these both give you, if you take out the member like the C, you get this major 3rd. And then if you take out the G sharp, oh cool, yeah, then just stick around. I'm sure something will stick. I have a Discord as well if you wanted to hang out there and stuff, and maybe catch a stream where if you're around for like the more earlier part, I think a lot of this would make a little more sense of what we were doing. And I do post VODs as well. So yeah, definitely if you're interested to get into music, one of the big things with my channel is like educational content and making music kind of make more sense. And I find music theory, kind of one of my big pursuits right now is to make theory like more intuitive. And one of the issues with theory that I've had when I was learning it was that it wouldn't really describe well what I'm hearing. I felt like, well, the whole point of the theory is to describe consistently something objective about what I'm hearing when I hear the music, so, or whatever. And so I feel like Roman numeral analysis, the classic stuff from the Western theory, has not given me what I'm looking for that much. So what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at a chord and I'm thinking, okay, which one of the notes in this chord, and this is what I just write these dashes for the notes. Which one of these notes contributes to the dissonance of the chord the most? And so in this case, it's a even split between C. If I take out the C, I get this major third remaining. If I take out this G sharp, A flat on the keyboard here, I get the major third remaining still. So they're kind of an even split. But if I take out the E, I keep the most dissonance. So the E is the least contributing to how dissonant the sound is. If I take out the E, that dissonant character is still there the most, right? Whereas if I were to take out some of the other notes, it kind of takes that wind out of it, that spice out of it. I think changing the bass is kind of unfair. It definitely feels a little different, but that's kind of where I'm at. So then, but then it's like, well, if we have a tie, then we look at the other interval, that what intervals it's creating when it's there. So it's creating a minor 6 and a major third. But the other one is also creating a minor 6 and a major third, isn't it? It's like literally an even tie. Let's see. This G sharp is creating a minor 6 and a major third. So it's literally a deadlock tie here between these two members. So putting either one in the bass, that means putting either one in the bass would be the same. Yeah, there's only one way that you could have a dead tie, is if inverting the interval. That's interesting. Tritone. That's why the tritone is the way it is. So you're talking about the part that sounds unsettling, removing that. Yeah. So like if I have a chord, let's say like this. Well, let me find something. The other. So let me take this out. So let me say. What's dissonance is what is most unsettling about the chord. Sure, it can be. It's whatever. There's a term for in music called dissonance. So if I play this, what pops out about this chord is what is most dissonant about the chord. And the most dissonant interval in this chord is this. That's what pops out first. That's the most forward, bold part of the harmony. That part. Then it's then the next thing is this. This pops out the most after that. The minor 6. And we were going through the harmonic series and looking at like every single interval, and we kind of got to, this is a fucking nightmare here, but we got to what's at the top here in the blue. So the minor 6 would be the next most dissonant thing after the major 7 here for sure. And then the next thing that would be most dissonant would be the minor third, probably. What else is there? Yeah, it would be the minor third. Or the minor third here. So it's basically this, then that, and then this, and then this, and then this last. So if you go by layer by layer of all the intervals between all the notes, that would be the order of like most contributing to how dissonant the sound is to least contributing to how dissonant the sound is. And so then if you do that, you could go through all these notes and figure out which member of the chord contributes to the dissonance of the chord the most. So taking that member out would take away the spice of the chord the most. Is that making sense? So the chord I just played with, so it's G, B flat, D, F sharp. And I use shorthands. I use the little thing for B flats and plus for sharps to just make it easier to write fast. So, depends on the application. Removing the spicy part is pros and cons, right? Well, it's like understanding that if you were to move a note, going from this harmony to this would remove a lot of the dissonance, because the F sharp is spelled G flat here on the piano, but the F sharp is contributing to the most dissonant part of the chord. So if I move the F sharp, it's going to resolve the dissonance the most. It's going to create the most drastic change in color, or the most like. And so now I'm associating something really dissonant with something much less dissonant. So it feels like a resolution, like there's tension that's been released. But if I keep the dissonance and go like, dissonance has not been resolved as much. Even though I moved in a half step somewhere else, but because it's resolved a little, because this minor 6 is now a perfect fifth, and this minor third is now a major third. So there is some resolution, but not as much as this. That feels way more resolved. And that stability comes from dissonance. Yeah, like how stable. Yeah, stability is like dissonance for sure. Is dissonance. Like it's the opposite of dissonance is lack of dissonance. Okay, so maybe if you do not want to have resolution and make the listener feel the tension unsettling even more than it could be desirable, like how the horror movie do it maybe. Yeah, absolutely. So is tension good or is tension bad? It depends on whether you want tension or you don't want tension. So music is about describing all the range of emotions and like things we might experience. So like in a horror film, you might want tension. I mean, think about like Jaws, that stuff, you know, is like the what is it? What is it? Like it's something like them, something like that. I forget what the notes exactly are in the brass like kind of go like that during Jaws, the theme from Jaws. So yeah, so that's you know, you would want the dissonance to be there and like go to something else that might be really dissonant because it will describe the tension that you want someone to feel in that moment. It's supposed to express the emotion that, you know, you might want the audience to experience in a moment, some unsettling feeling. Dissonance will, of course, help express that. I can't have you doing that right now. Okay. Not right now. Nico, come here. Come here. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, let me put this on as well. Okay. Gotcha. What you said makes a lot of sense. I will maybe start to learn it soon. Do you like music on the computer? Electronic music, electronic instruments. Yeah. No, I'm not. I was classically trained. to Juilliard, but I am not like pure on like classical music being like the only genre I enjoy or something like that. I'll be right. Well, 1 second. I'm trying to like focus on what I'm hearing and stuff, and I was like, maybe my dog can chew the chew a little later, but my girlfriend's like, no, you be nice to the dog, let him chew what he wants. This is what I live with sometimes. I got to deal with that, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, like also with a MIDI keyboard, I was thinking if I learn piano, then I can do MIDI my music better. Yes, that's true for sure. Yeah, if you can play the piano, then you can write with the MIDI piano, of course. Music theory, I highly recommend learning theory on it with a piano, helping you learn. One of the things I'm actually working on right now with my Magnus Opus is a theory book that is a bit different in how it teaches theories to make it a little bit more accessible and stuff like that. And I do teach music, so I have my own private studio and all that. So yeah, and then I do like talking about music and content here with the stuff here. How long before my book comes out? Depending on when I get out of the weeds of what I'm talking about on stream. Sometimes depends on when I am happy enough with some things when it comes to analyzing music. I was gonna just have it be teaching Roman numeral analysis, but what is it? I have a hard time focusing when I hear the chew going off. Nico, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're happy. Yeah, look at my doggo. My cute doggo. He's kind of hiding. Like he's by the piano somewhere. So it depends on that. I mean, I could just make it do the Roman numeral analysis, but I'm not happy with Roman numeral analysis. And it's kind of, I think it's only reserved within Western music. As actually someone we were watching earlier said, Adam Neely, we were watching a video of him, and he was like, it's archaic. He even was dared to say that it's archaic, like the Roman numeral analysis stuff. And it is very like, it does seem outdated to like what someone might do to analyze a piece of music in the modern day of like how many genres we have, how much variety we have now compared to before when there was a little bit less variety, and therefore there was more consensus on like, I don't know, the theory just follows what people do, what people write. So if you, so it's more, the Western theory is more telling us what people have done with tools when it comes to music theory versus like what tools are actually available that you might use across all of music theory, like all of genre, like all music genre, not just the genre that currently existed. Which, to be fair, it makes sense that Western theory would be the way it is because the only music they were aware of was the one that composers were writing. I mean, of course, how would they know to make the theory analysis future-proof to music that doesn't even exist yet? You can't do that. You can only work within the context of what you are aware of, which is what artists are always doing, is pushing that context and seeing what else we could be aware of in discovery. But nowadays I think we have to move on from that system because it's no longer relevant. enough in the way that it was relevant back then. So just because it was gospel then, and we really respect what's been done and how successful music has been using that system, doesn't make that system applicable and relevant today the same way it was back then. Basically, that's the issue. If you put on Amazon, I can buy it. I was trying to find books and all. I found 3 or 4 different things, but I haven't bought them yet. But I will after I get some of the basics down. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm hoping to eventually have my materials published and sold. I have like 8 or 9 method books and like etude materials. I write music, I compose, I perform, I teach. I've anything you can think of in the classical genre, classical industry, I've done. So, and my main instrument is violin performance, but I teach privately violin, viola, cello, clarinet, piano, and then a little bit of beginner clarinet. And then music theory, ear training, and composition are also in there too. Yeah, and I'm hoping that the content here can be helpful to people who like yourself, maybe who are interested in getting into things, that are looking for a community or some kind of resources to better be more informed with their decisions when it comes to exploring music and moving forward through your music journey. So you've landed in a great place. Thanks for stopping by and all that, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, and feel free to follow. I think the Discord is linked in here, so if you join the Discord, there's people who hang out. I had some friends on earlier that we were chatting together, and we did all this just craziness of looking at different things. Yeah, all this was from today. So you're at the tail end of the stream a little bit. It's like I've been streaming for like 5 hours. My brain's on the fried side, but it's okay. I might wrap up soonish, but I'm still hanging out because I wanted to get to some kind of conclusion I'm pretty happy with here. Yeah, but definitely I hope you catch some more streams. Yeah, and I have a bunch of VODs online on YouTube as well. That I'm sure might be interesting to you. If you're interested in theory, they definitely will be interesting to you for sure. So yeah, the more you're associating notes that are dissonant with ones that are pure, the more likely you hear the pure note replacing the dissonant one. That was kind of the whole thing. So this G resolution is going to a note we already have, but if you went to the F, then that is definitely less dissonant than the F sharp. So would that would replace the F sharp, because then you get this minor quality for sure. Yeah, if you went from G, B flat, D, F sharp to F natural, the F replaces the F sharp. You no longer hear, like, you're not hearing both the F sharp and F natural at the same time. Like, you're definitely hearing that, not like that's not you're not hearing all this color together. You're hearing a change in color. Yeah, that's definitely change in color or quality. Change in color. That's always been something I've found really frustrating when doing the Roman numeral analysis as well, is that it's ambiguous if the quality has been changed, if the chord has changed or not. It's kind of like you'll hear it is about the answer you get when you're being taught this. You just got to hear it, and I'm right, just trust me, bro, basically. It's like, I don't know, that seems a pretty weak, way to, that doesn't seem like it has a lot of strong backing on like something that should be an objective analysis of the music. Because the music theory is supposed to be an objective measurement of things to a large degree, at least most of it. there might be some ways to analyze it that might have subjective elements, but really you're talking about just what's actually in the music and all that. Sure. So replace, replaces the F sharp. The G definitely contributes the most to dissonance. So wait. Yeah, the most. So do we want? So root wouldn't even. This is crazy how like. So in a dominant chord, I'm curious about a dominant chord. What if we look at the dominant chord? So a dominant chord, G, B, D, F. The most, so if you take out the G, you get the tritone is the most dissonant probably thing. Yeah, the tritone for sure. And then the B, then you have the minor 7, and then the D, you still have the minor 7, and then the F, you have the minor 3rd, minor 7, minor 7, minor 3rd. So the G, so what contributes to the tritone is what's left over. So what would contribute to the tension the most? So if you put what contributes to the tension the least in the bass, maybe then you get root position or something? Then you get this, like, the whole idea of the root position is that it gives you the least tension, right? The whole point, right, of root. Point of root position is the tension. Tension it creates, or the tension, the lack, at least tension mode of the chord. Right, and so then the least tension mode of the chord will be putting the most tension at the top, right? Yeah, probably. At the top. So maybe like because if I put, it has the most tension because the bottom member, is the bottom member being the most tension creating member creates the most tension? It is. It is. So the lowest note creating the most tension. Yeah. Hold on. So, okay, so lowest chord member. Lowest chord member creating most tension. Most dissonant. Most dissonant. So if your tension, if your dissonance is the most concentrated on the bottom, that's true. So if we do... Yeah, that's true. That's gotta be true. So the tension on the bottom is more impactful than tension at the top. Versus... This is actually crazy how good this is. Actually crazy. I feel like how helpful this has been to look at. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. Okay. What was the point of that? I'm losing the plot a little bit. Most dissonant chord member in the bass. Get the most dissonant version. That's a weird. That's like, I don't know if that's. Well, if your bottom member. Okay, so if your bottom member is the most dissonant member, yeah. If the bottom member is the most dissonant member, because like inverting consonant intervals does not guarantee. Unfortunately, does not guarantee getting you that dissonance more or something. That's the crazy part with the minor 6. The minor 6 just throws such a loop into everything, with it being so much further down the harmonic series. The most dissonant member, you have the most. So you want the dissonance. So okay, so you would want the least dissonant member at the bottom. Yeah, the least dissonant member at the bottom. So you want the order. Okay, so the order of members, order of chord members from purest to most dissonant, from bottom to top. Most stable arrangement. Layout. That is the big conclusion. It's gotta be the most. This has to be it for sure. And then we can pretty much wrap up. I just want to test this. So turn this down just a little bit. So if I do So the least dissonant member is on the bottom. We want the least dissonant. So the most, yeah. So what would remain if you took out the C? Took out the... Let's test that against the triads. Let's do the triad test. So it's a little clearer what we're doing now. We've kind of, I'm nailing down the exploration now. So, okay, purest to most dissonant. So let's order the notes. Okay, so C would leave minor third. Let's go back here. So minor third. I still need this reference pretty bad. Need it on every page. Paste. Boom. C, E, G. So the C. So C gives us, leaves us with. Leaves us with minor third. E leaves us with perfect 5. Yeah, so in these triads, the perfect 5, perfect 4, perfect 4, it was always the middle note, no matter what, or the E, no matter what. So when is it at the top? The E is at the top here. So the tension is at the top. So this is the most stable. Interesting. Because then if we go like back to qualities and we invert it to the most stable version, putting all the tension as far away from the fucking tonic, then you're gonna get bruh. This is such a better way of doing this. This is so crazy better. Since you teach, you're probably against the teaching programs. All teaching programs? No, but it just depends. What do you mean by teaching programs? Oh, you mean just like, oh, take my course? I don't know. I haven't seen one that's super compelling. I mean, I went to Juilliard, and that's some of the best materials out there. But the method of teaching, I think, is just outdated. Because it's not on the computer. Teaching programs. Oh, like software stuff. No, I'm not. Give me an example. I'll look up one or something. Do you mean dial.gg is like a fun one? I actually learned on computer programs at one point when I was young. One of my favorite computer programs was like the Magic School Bus games. There was like a game, I think. No, there was a show, the Magic School Bus. There was a game for Magic School Bus. So it was like there was like learning. I forget what they were called. Was it A to Z? No. I probably have them somewhere too. School of Rock, Piano Marvel, and I was going to get MIDI keyboard and really try hard so I can learn piano and try to learn how to make music with a DAW. Piano Marvel is the program I was thinking about using. I think I might have heard of Piano Marvel. Oh yeah, I've seen a teacher use Piano Marvel in lessons before with like beginner kids. I mean, there's a lot of stuff being developed all the time. I would go case by case with these things. Some of these things can be great resources for people who want to self-teach for something super, super affordable versus like getting an actual private lesson and private teacher. One of the things I feel like is neglected is self-learning. I think self-learning, the YouTube Academy is like a crapshoot because you have no idea how to tell what resource is the right one to use because you don't know anything. So how in the world are you supposed to pick what to learn? And so it's like I feel like it's a failure in teaching method that I am really passionate about improving the teaching method of like how we teach music. And I've done a lot of stuff to help that. None of it is public because none of it is like fully I'm 100% happy with finished. But when I teach private lessons, I include in my rate the material, like printouts from my materials. And I continue to try it with my students. Right, I want some structure at the least and to learn correct method, not incorrect method. Yeah, so it's like I'd have to look into Piano Marvel. I've seen teachers use it. Oh, you can use Dorico in Piano Marvel. Dorico is a great free resource for. Is it free? I think Dorico was maybe not. It can be free. I think you get a free trial, but that's the most popular notation software for writing sheet music. Yeah, there's the courses and stuff. Okay, so basically, the danger with this kind of stuff, right? Sorry, I'm trying to fix my camera. I don't want it to move too much. Okay, so the problem with the worry, the danger of these kind of things is that what's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is that one of the things that these things will not teach you is like proper technique. So proper technique, what is the advantage of learning proper technique? First of all, everyone's hands are, well, okay, so I'll get to that, but proper technique is basically how you should play. So like, should I play like this? Should I play like this? Like this? Like how should I move my hand to play? Now, piano is one of the most easily accessible instruments because the technique to get a note is just point and click at the note, and congratulations, you now can get a sound. Whereas let's say violin, getting the bow to connect with the string in a way to get pleasant sound is much more difficult than doing this. I can just do this and I get a note if I don't miss. So that's great. Now, you could just then start to play multiple notes and stuff. And kids might point and play like this. But as you get more advanced, you might run into an issue where I'm trying to play these chords and stuff. And say I don't know, whatever I might, or, just any. Like if you play Fur Elise or something. So as you're doing the more complex things, you might have to change how you play. You can't like just use one finger at a time. You know, what strategies you might use to access, different notes. I have a cam for, but like basically like your hand shape. So what are the issues? Well, the issues is if you do improper technique, you actually can get yourself hurt, because if you're trying to play more extraneous things on some instruments, especially like a bowed string instrument, you could get carpal tunnel. You could get like you could be like doing repeated motions that aren't good for your hand, and then you could get some problems. Like think about like if you're doing martial arts and you don't stretch, you might something could happen. You could physically be doing something that you may not notice is not good. Why would you get a personal trainer at a gym? Is so that you are not, you're running into like the walls of like things that might be unhealthy for you. And why would you want the one-on-one part is because everyone's hands are different. Like I actually have like, my pinky is actually curled. So like, I might actually do technique what is just optimal for, comfort and speed and access and stuff might be different for me than somebody else who might have different hands, different length of fingers, different width of palm. All those things are relevant. And what is comfortable for my hand to do physical motion versus somebody else, those are also different too. So why would you want the one-on-one training is because somebody who is a professional teacher, usually if someone's really, really good, they will be able to identify how to teach you to play so that you are comfortable playing, so you don't build any bad habits that you might have to unlearn. Because what's the problem with bad habits? Not only can you get yourself hurt, the other problem is if you learn a certain way to play and then you're like, well, now I'm going to play this more advanced thing, that bad technique or poor technique or something could you might hit a ceiling where now you have to change your technique because the technique is preventing you from progressing. So now you have to unlearn something you've been doing for a while and then have to relearn how to play like your way that you're playing in order to progress. So now you have to like might have muscle memory of how you're used to playing, how you're used to moving and things that then you have to rewrite and repaint paint over it to continue progressing your skills. At a very beginner level, this is not that important, but future-proofing your playing and then also accelerating how quickly you can progress into more intermediate, advanced stuff, that is something that the private lessons help. That is something that methods like this are very unlikely to address. So these things are great, potentially. The best use of something like this would be learning to read sheet music, learning to sight read faster, so the reading part. But the technical part, there are almost no resources like this that really properly address your playing of like the technicality of like how you position your hands. Where are your wrists compared to your fingers? Do you turn your hand when you play? Like when I'm playing a chord, how I'm moving my hand, where my elbow is, where my body is, my posture, those things are all actually pretty relevant, especially with musical instruments that, a violin might be smaller. Like there's a lot to that on the physical element of playing. The physical athletic part of playing an instrument is the part you're basically going to get nothing from these things. Unfortunately, it's just like, already people are very skeptical about taking virtual lessons like how I actually teach. I do have in-person lessons a lot, but a lot of my students are also online, and people are very skeptical and skittish about taking virtual lessons privately one-on-one because they think they're going to be ineffective. They think that you're not going to be able to address technique because I can't move their hand for them, or they're not going to be able to see things from angles that they would need to be able to understand what I'm trying to get them to do. Bow hold is one of the most tricky things to learn when you're first starting out because it's a physically complicated, like the dexterity and stuff elements are really tricky. So that's to answer your question. Oh darn. Okay, maybe I'll talk to the music place and see what they say about pricing and stuff. Yeah, so I mean, I also do free consultation with my studio and stuff. Like, even if you're not going to join my studio and be my student, I do offer free consultation and stuff, and I talk to people about stuff, because being informed about like something like this is really important. Because you might just jump into it and be like, oh, this seems harmless, I'm just gonna do it and I'll be fine. But you might not be aware of just like some things that might contribute. You might want to be aware of, because they might affect your decision making on what to do. Now, piano is pretty harmless. Like, you could play piano, at a very beginner level, and you're not really going to get hurt necessarily. But if you play for long periods at a time, like you play for 30 minutes plus at a time, and if you start feeling some pain, I've met a lot of people who might have a pain buildup, and then they go to a doctor and they're like, oh, I have this pain. And they're like, what have you been doing? Like, is there anything you've been doing? I'm playing an instrument. And then they're not a musician. A music teacher might be able to tell you what's causing that pain more than a doctor you might go to for an appointment, because they understand the mechanisms of playing an instrument and what are healthy ways to move and what are unhealthy ways to move. So that's basically the part that one-on-one and that private teacher is giving you. That's what you're really paying the bucks for, if we had to break it down. And also how to practice. How do you make the time you might invest into playing efficient? Because A/B testing and like if you were like to research something and you ask AI to give you an answer, and then you cross-reference the information, then you look at a bunch of articles, then you read Reddit and you find out different answers and people having different opinions on Reddit, and then you do all this stuff, you watch a bunch of videos and everything. I mean, I've done my own fair share of YouTube Academy research, and it is dreadfully inefficient to research completely on your own. When you could ask someone who knows, they might know, oh, I get why you're asking me this question. I know exactly what you need right now that would solve not only the question you're asking, but because you're asking that question, it'll solve like 20 other things that might be later questions that you might ask, all in one swoop. I'm just going to tell you this, and it's going to like put you on the right track in the right direction and everything. That's the other part that the kind of those lessons are really helpful in. At least really skilled teachers. There are teachers who will just give you, I mean, I've seen actually teachers who will just use Piano Marvel and then just have you play the Piano Marvel and sit there and watch you do it, and then just be like, okay, go on to the next chapter and I'll see you next week. Or they might be very uninvolved in teaching you technique, in teaching you how to practice. Those are the things you really want to be getting out of that lesson. That's really, really important, because the other stuff is kind of accessible without a private teacher. Yeah, sure, of course, you're welcome for the answer. But yeah, I'm pretty. That's kind of what I would say. Yeah. One of the things I'm really passionate with is writing those materials, because the materials are going to give people something that, so like you're looking at Piano Marvel and be like, hey, maybe there's a resource I could use that would help me progress when I can't afford the private teacher, let's say. So something I'm hoping to do is create materials that are really effective and are really sound at giving you something to work with that is really gradual, and you can pace yourself through it yourself. It won't solve the like what is going to be best for my hand, making sure you don't build up any problems, that kind of like customized, like tailoring the learning part of the technique and stuff for each person individually. You can't do that on an individual level with something that isn't individualized. Of course, it's just by categorically impossible. But I did want to create materials that I felt more comfortable giving my students over just Suzuki and essential elements and stuff like that, which are just so outdated and just not great. I think there's a lot of room for improvement there. I'd have to sit down and have a chit chat with the potential private teacher to see what I'm getting for my money. I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't say it like that when you're talking to them, but maybe telling them what your priorities are, what you care about, what your goals are, and telling them that your goal is to build really good technique and you want to focus on that, is definitely something to ask. And if you're up for virtual lessons, I mean, I do teach, so you know, I can link you to, I guess, my website that I teach. That's my teaching website and stuff. That's also an option, of course. But it's like the expectations and stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is my website here. Free consultation, customizable schedule. Some people take like 3 days on and 1 week off. Forgiving cancellation policy. You get 30 days from the lesson to like free makeup. Practice guides is like a big one because it's like, you know, you want to make the most of your time between lessons. So, and then personalized music arrangements. If you want to play specific songs, I think one thing that's lacking online nowadays is like really high quality song arrangements, and having those arrangements be at different levels so it would fit your current skill level. So I actually include in my rate taking time to write people song arrangements so they get to play songs that they actually want to play sooner than later. And then virtual experience, which yeah. Some cool stuff I do is I actually have an overhead camera. So yeah, I have this piano right here, a camera here. And then if I just turn off, if I turn off the part that tells you which key is which is a really neat one for stuff. But if I turn that off, does all this kind of stuff. And I do have an extra camera, a third one for like over the shoulder angles and all that kind of stuff. So like my virtual stuff is really great. Yeah, my private is 110 for like the hour lesson, but I get a lot done in 30 minutes. So yeah, that's what that would look like for me, is 60. But something I have been thinking about is if there's more people who want to do like really short burst lessons just to get you going, to give you a little bit of a, stimulate your experience, like learning, like self-teaching. That's something I'm thinking about. So kind of like short coaching sessions, essentially. And maybe streaming those, that could be a lot of fun as well. So that's something I've thought about. I don't know, what do you think of something like that? I know that like the gaming scene has quite the coaching kind of thing, and it's like pretty common to have those coachings like, online and stuff. Used to play League of Legends, so that was that whole thing. So I think like having some kind of normalization of things in that sense could be interesting, or could be really helpful to people who are self-learning, self-taught. Here's my website, and then my YouTube and stuff is in the channel description here and stuff. Yeah. And like, there's also conversation about obtaining an instrument, that kind of thing. And then writing music, the theory in your training is kind of a focus sometimes in my streams, is analyzing music. Yeah. So so let me get a little more progress done here. What was I talking about? But great questions, by the way. I love the questions. Cool. Glad you're here. Yeah. I had some friends watching earlier, and they were chatting, but then it kind of became just me towards the end tail here as they go into bed. Some of them are in Europe and West Coast, so East Coast. So it's like I'm on the West, so it's like, oh, thank you, yeah. Some older pics there. See, so removing the C gives you a minor third. Removing the E gives you perfect fifth, and the G. I just want to wrap this up as well, like so I can stop thinking about it. Just get on the page for a second. So okay, so if I do the G, then I keep the major third. Okay, so yeah, it's figuring out what is the most stable version of the chord. And then do you do the scale? Scale, that's something I'll entertain later. Scale from oh, thanks for the comment. Scale from the most stable layout. Most stable layout using purest to dissonance going up. So yeah, the 6/4 actually does give you the most clear. I literally hear it. That's crazy. I hear it. So G, C, E is the most stable version for these notes. Because the G the G, so most stable. So this is like the where is it? The stable. So this is the most stable, G, C, E, because the G being removed gives you the most dissonance here. Most dissonant part. Yeah, that's probably really it. That's all that matters probably at this point. I feel like I've boiled it down. If I take out the G versus I take out the E, I get the minor third. I take out the E, I get the fourth. Minus 6. So this is the most dissonant. The fifth. How did we do it earlier? Most dissonant remaining interval is at the top. So the E leaving gives you the E contributes to the dissonance the most. The second most note is the G. The G contributes the most here. So C, then the E, then G, the E, then the G, then the C. In this last chord. Oh, so the C, the E contributes the most. Then the C. No, then the G. Then the C last. So where would it be? Like, is there any way to get it to be continuous? Maybe not. We want the G to contribute the least to the dissonance. Dissonance being at the bottom. So the G, I don't remember. I've lost the plot. But then the F sharp, the C is the most stable. So the G is the most stable because the G creates the least tension. No, it does not. Let me look here. Does the C create the least tension? Yeah, it goes C, then G, then C. Because the C... Yeah, when we're looking at the intervals here, the most dissonant interval... Major third. So the C is the least... E contributes to the most dissonance, and the G contributes to the least dissonance. So the C contributed the least, then the G contributed the least. So it's really this one. It's this one, for sure. So this one. So the G contributes to the dissonance the least. Oh, shoot. Red contributes to dissonance the most. E always contributes the most to dissonance. Then blue contributes the least. Wait, is it really? Why was I thinking of this as... Most dissonant remaining interval is the major third versus the major six versus the perfect four. So yeah, they're taking out the E as the best. So there's no inversion that puts this away, but where it puts it in the bass is the tonic and the third inversion. Wait, it's always G. G is the second one, but now G is in the bottom. So the best, so it's not perfect, but the E is always the most stable member. But if the E was on the bottom, yeah, but that's pulling the tension down. We want the, so okay, so in this one, So, okay. So E, G, and C. E pulls tension down. So we want the most clear interval on the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, we want pure at the bottom. So yeah, so it's 4, so G, C, E would create the most pure interval at the bottom. That's what that does. Because we get this perfect 4, and then we get the major 6. Versus here, we get the major 3rd, and then minor 3rd is the most dissonant, which makes sense. So this is the most pure. So this at the bottom. So first inversion, technically, right? Inversion is purest arrangement with perfect 4 at the bottom. That's all it is. And then if we go to this chord, then when we go to, then if we go to F sharp, C, E, now we have a dissonant, or so then if we put the C, this chord, we go to C is giving the purest interval. So then C is the clearest one. So if we go through from the C, so then the next step would be, okay, then we check scale. But then we're ignoring a bunch of like Phrygian and stuff. Well, we can check the scale against this. We don't need to check the scale because the scale has to be from the bass. Scale has to be from the bass. It really does. Because then we're just biasing in a way that doesn't make any sense. So oh wait. Then fill in, maybe we fill in the notes from the most like stable inversion. From maybe most stable inversion? Would that work? I don't think it would work, but that could be something where you could just go like, because that would make sense here with inversion. Like the fifth would be the most clear. So how do you know which note is gonna fit here. Wait, does that follow our scales? Would you just go through every single kind of thing? What if we went from here? Yeah, I think you could. Or just follow fifths. I gotta try these things later. From the bass. Stable bass. But I think the stable bass that we're finding here is definitely the note that I'm hearing last the longest. So yeah, the stable bass is the note. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just me playing in a biased way. Yeah, table note bass is the note that definitely rings out the most for me. I think so. Like, I hear that. So I hear the color. That's the prominence of members. It's going to be based off that. Yeah, that's for sure in there somewhere. Something. Anyway. Hope you enjoyed some of the chats. If you're here for the VOD, hope you're hopefully you're not more confused than ever before in your life about music theory. I don't know. We're explorers. Artists are explorers, and we are interested in the unknown and seeing what else is out there. That is what artists do. We are not looking for what we do understand. We are looking to explore what we don't understand. And so, if you're open-minded enough to do things you don't understand and embrace the unknown, and the exploration is the exciting part for you, then arts and music is for you. That kind of thing. Might move this chat over as well then. to the left. I had switched my setup more recently, which is nice. Yeah. Well, I hope you. Thank you for joining. Random new viewer. Hello, world, worlds, yo. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had fun. I hope I was able to help you maybe better understand what to do next, what will make sense, what makes most sense for you to do next. Yeah, definitely join the community. You'll just learn more, and you'll be more informed, and you'll make better choices for your future with music. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and everyone watching the VOD, thanks for watching. Yeah. Join the Discord. I highly recommend. I can link it in here if you want. Let me do that. In case you need the link. I recommend the Discord very much. People are quite friendly there. Boom. There's the server. Check it out. There's a bunch of VODs on there too. So if I'm not live, there's some stuff to check out there as well. And I will see you all another night. Definitely will. The topic today was music education and AI discussion, but then we got really into. We were watching a video of someone of a classical music like content creator, kind of like discussing like music stuff. Do like an AP music test, and that kind of got us going, talking about like the theory, the way that I like to do theory or something, or where I'm going with that stuff. So derailed that kind of topic that we were going to address. So definitely next stream we'll talk about music education and the AI discussion of like how apparently AI like music's related stuff is being taught in music colleges now, which is quite interesting. To go over that. And yeah. See you guys next time. Peace. Bye. Good night.